All right. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Good evening. The Durham Public Schools monthly Board of Education session is now in session. This is our February 24th, 2022 meeting. At this time, we wish to send a warm welcome to everyone who is joining us this evening, those in person and virtually. The purpose of this meeting is to inform our students, parents, and constituents about the work aligned with our mission to embrace, educate, and empower every student to innovate, serve, and lead. Tonight, this administration will be presenting information to keep you up to date on the strategic plan. The interpreters for tonight are Martha Romo Iguirez and Marty Ramirez. Thank you for taking the time to join us. We're going to start our meeting with a moment of silence. Many of us know today there was attacks in Ukraine, so I hope that we can, in this moment of silence, keep the people of Ukraine in our thoughts. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is celebrations. We'll start with Mr. Sutter, Student of the Month.
Good evening. We have a couple of Students of the Month as well as a couple of Employee Spark Awards that we want to give out tonight. Let's start with the students because the students come first, shall we? And presenting our Students of the Month tonight are two principals that are new to their positions. And I would like to begin with J.D. Clement Early College High School and Dr. Bruce. And Dr. Bruce will present our Student of the Month for J.D. Clement Early College High School.
Good evening, everyone. As a new leader of the J.D. Clement Early College High School, I am absolutely thrilled that one of our best and brightest seniors have been chosen for recognition amongst all students within Durham Public Schools. Miss Victoria Morris has faced the challenges of being a high school and college student during remote learning and all that came with it. Victoria has been on the honor roll for all semesters during her high school career, including the Dean's List at North Carolina Central throughout her junior and senior years. She is a well-rounded student with hobbies extending beyond academics, including graphic and visual design, music, interpretive dance, and competitive chess, where she has placed in local, regional, and state tournaments. Victoria has participated in many early college activities, including serving as vice president of the National Honor Society, the Golden Key International Honor Society at North Carolina Central, and most recently invited into membership into the Alpha Kappa Mu Honor Society, also at North Carolina Central. She was a recipient of the SOAR Academic Achievement Award for her performance in Honors Math 3, and a Science Olympiad competitor medaling in 2 events in the district competition. Victoria is an active member of the White Rock Baptist Church, member of Jack and Jill of America Incorporated, recipient of the Community Service Award for the National Charity League. She's been a member of the Girl Scouts of America since she was 5 years old, an intern with the Durham Committee of the Affairs of Black People, where she was a member of the Creative Arts Expression Advisory Council. It has been an absolute pleasure hearing about her future goals and undergraduate plans to major in chemistry with an emphasis in material science. Now, I can say that's an achievement because I barely passed high school chemistry, but good for you, Victoria. She is one of 5 students awarded a full presidential scholarship to attend Spelman College and has received nearly full scholarships, absolutely, and received nearly full scholarships to both Hampton University and Xavier University of Louisiana. In addition to merit scholarships to Agnes Scott College, University of Maryland, Baltimore County, and Hollins University. In addition to all of that, she has been accepted to North Carolina, UNC Chapel Hill, Georgia Tech, NC State, North Carolina A&T, and of course, North Carolina Central University. Congratulations, Victoria, from the J.D. Clement Early College and North Carolina Central University Eagle family. We know that you will continue to make all of us and your family very proud.
Victoria, we'd like you to say a few words if you would.
Of course. Hi, everyone. I just want to start off by saying thank you so much for this honor. DPS has done so much for me, which I'm so grateful for. From Moorhead Montessori Elementary School to Lakewood Montessori Middle School, and lastly to J.D. Clement Early College High School. I am so thankful for my teachers, my professors at NCCU, and my friends and my family. Thank you so much.
Small certificate of recognition for you, and then some other goodies. But- Trying to figure out that whole smiling with the eyes thing. I also would like to present you with a Spark pin. These are pins that we present to students, staff, community members who have demonstrated leadership within or in support of Durham Public Schools, and I hope that you will wear this with pride.
Thank you.
And our friends at Triangle E-Cycling. Would like you to have this HP computer, and it's a pretty powerful one, so that you can take it forward in your studies. And we appreciate everything that you have given to your school family, and we are so proud of everything that you have accomplished.
Thank you.
Now I'm going to hold all of this for a minute because we have a red carpet that we would like you and your family to walk so that you can give the fist bump or elbow bump or whatever to our school board members so they can congratulate you. Okay. Let us please continue in that mode, and I would like to invite in Dr. Jackie Tobias, our new principal at Durham School of the Arts, to introduce a senior student of the month.
Thank you. Good evening, everybody. I'd like to take this moment, first of all, to thank you all for allowing me to be here. Our student of the month is Jasmine Parker. And as a new leader to Durham School of the Arts, one of the things that I did make the promise that I was going to do was I was going to listen to all the constituents. I was going to make sure that all the voices were heard. Within a week, this young lady sat in my office. She represented the voice of DSA. She's our student body president. She's also on the superintendent's advisory committee. And when I tell you, this is an amazing young woman. She and I meet once a month, and we sit and we have deep conversation about the things that we need to do differently at our school We also talk about the fun things. What are we going to do for the seniors? What are the things that students want? So some of the changes or some of the things that are going to be continue to be great at DSA is due to this young lady. It is rare that you have a moment to hear the voice of babes. And I think as leaders, we owe them, especially coming out of COVID, and I'm going to be proactive and say we're coming out of COVID. We owe them the opportunity to listen to them because it has been a struggle for our students. So I sit and I listen. She does the announcements with me every morning. So in the mornings, it's Good Morning DSA, and it's Jasmine's voice. She represents the students in such a manner of grace. And when she comes in front of you, you will see exactly what I mean. She's going to attend William Peace University. She's going to major in biology. In addition, she's going to also join the National Guard to serve our country. What more can you ask for a student such as this? I am so proud to have been in her presence for these few months and to continue to see her walk across the stage in June. It has been such a pleasure to be with you, Jasmine.
I would first like to say hello, everyone. I'm Jasmine Parker. I am a senior at Durham School of the Arts. I am the president of Student Council. I am also the senior representative, as Dr. Tobias said. Through this first year coming back from COVID, it's been revolutionary. Like, it's been so motivational to be in the presence of my peers because it was a struggle. I'm going to be completely honest. But I have to communicate not only my emotions, but my peers' emotions at the same time. Every day, I have to come along and just be a guiding hand for my peers because I know I feel some type of way, yes, but there's also different emotions every day when it comes to tests, when it comes to AP exams, anything of that nature, even mental health issues. I've talked to the faculty with my helping hand of Dr. Tobias, and even in the transition of Mr. Keith, I had to make and network with everyone to make sure that I hit every mark that I needed to represent my peers and myself as well, with the help of my support system, mainly my mother. And that's what I love because of the connections I make with people. Regardless of how I feel one day, I know I'm helping my future self because I do research at Duke University with interdisciplinary brainstem, and I love that. It's just a matter of balance in everything that I do and making sure I stay on top of like prom committee because we are trying to vouch and get our sponsors for prom, and we did because we had my talk with Dr. Tobias. Other than that, I just love the energy of DSA, and I've been there since 6th grade. And right now I'm in the process of visiting classrooms for the 7th and 8th graders to be a representative for them. Because for a long time, I didn't see myself in the school. I don't want that for my peers. I want to be that for my peers now that I'm in a position where I can be, because it's not virtual anymore. So that's all I have to say, and I thank you all.
Now, Jasmine, this will probably not come as a surprise to you, but I have a certificate of appreciation and a spark pin for you. If we could have a quick photograph of with the certificate. Here is your certificate. Here is your spark pin for showing leadership at Durham School of the Arts. And yes, thanks to our friends at Triangle E-Cycling, you have an HP laptop as well.
Thank you.
And of course, now I need to take it away from you because we need to take some more pictures and you need to shake some hands,
Yes,
metaphorically speaking.
Yes, sir.
On this side, yes, right there. Good enough.
Okay.
Probably take one step. Can you go on? Raise your hand. Oh, yeah. You can press down.
I'd like to shift now to the Spark Pin recognition stage of the evening. And we're going to begin with somebody who did yeoman's work in academic services during a time of transition. And I'd like to turn this over to Deputy Superintendent, Dr. Nakia Hardy.
Thank you, board members. This evening, I would like to recognize Dr. Laura DeWalt. Dr. DeWalt stepped up and filled in as executive director during the transition that we had between Ms. Sidbury and Dr. Canilano. She did this all while continuing her regular job, which was coordinator. In addition to, this was also during another transition in the department where we did not have an administrative assistant. Not a single ball was dropped. We were able to continue forward with our secondary math adoption. She was able to juggle all of those duties while keeping what's most important, our children first. She has always been able to be willing to take on anything that she needed to do to get the job done. It's my pleasure for us to recognize Dr. DeWalt this evening.
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to thank Dr. Hardy for her professional mentorship and support during the transition was much needed and very much appreciated. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to lead and really my pleasure to serve the students of Durham Public Schools. I also want to thank my CNI team. They are always willing to go above and beyond for the staff and students. So my success is their success, and we did it together as a team. As many of you know, I returned from Texas 2 years ago. I'm so glad to be back home in Durham Public Schools, and I just very much appreciate the opportunities and look forward to continuing to lead here in the district. So thank you.
And our final Spark Award comes to us as a nomination of a teacher. Ms. Felicia Jeffries from Spring Valley Elementary saw an opportunity to celebrate Black History Month by combining a study of Black history in an academic competition that is tied to North Carolina Social Studies Essential Standards. And as a reminder, the 2021 North Carolina Social Studies Essential Standards were written to be intentionally representative of marginalized groups so that our students see others that look like themselves represented in the history that they are studying. Ms. Jeffries created a Black History Month quiz bowl, and you'll hear a little bit more about that in a few minutes, complete with study guide. As students prepared for the bowl, they learned about prominent African-American figures, both locally and nationally, and their contributions to society. Since this is the inaugural year, she aimed to start small and began with 3 DPS elementary schools, Spring Valley, W.G. Pearson, and Moorhead, competing via Zoom against each other. She hopes to expand this to additional elementary schools in future years until we have all of our DPS elementary schools participating. Now, this note here says, Ms. Jeffries is unable to attend this evening due to prior obligations that she was unable to adjust. She adjusted them. Ms. Jeffries, would you please come in? Oh, wait, you're right behind me. Ms. Jeffries, we want to present this Spark Pin to you in recognition of your leadership and service to our students.
Thank you.
If you could please say a few, if you would like to say a few words and then receive the fist bumps of support from our school board.
Absolutely. I want to first thank my principal, Mrs. Gwendolyn Wilson at Spring Valley Elementary School, for allowing me to chair the Black History Committee. I would also like to thank the good brothers of Omega Psi Phi, the Durham chapter, for presenting this idea to us, and every member of the Black History Committee at Spring Valley Elementary School. I also appreciate the W.G. Pearson and Moorhead who agreed. We reached out to several schools, so I appreciate them for agreeing to meet with us and do this Black History Quiz Bowl. And to all of Durham Public Schools families, I wish you a happy Black History Month.
Thank you, Mr. Jones. Board members, that completes our celebrations.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter. The next item on our agenda is the superintendent's update. Dr. Mabinga.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, members of the board, good evening. We have a lot of public comment tonight. I want to reserve a bit of time for my remarks to talk about our Black History Month. So that's I will be brief tonight. First, I want to thank you for authorizing our reallocation of ESSER funding for staff retention bonuses at our last work session. This brings a total of $4,538.50 in bonuses for full-time staff out of COVID relief funding, while continuing to allow our ESSER fund to make critical air quality infrastructure improvement and supporting student learning. Of course, the work must continue to ensure that our students and staff feel supported as we hope for our community continue recovery from this pandemic. Second, I want to reiterate our commitment to supporting the health and safety of our students and staff according to board policy and to the fullest extent permitted by law. You expect us to lead, we have done so. I continue to strongly urge everyone in our community to get vaccinated and boosted, especially our students who are eligible. Next, I want to thank our board and our county commissioners for their continued support to our school building program. We have had strong community engagement in recent weeks, including a parent meeting for New Lions Farms with Principal James Hopkins, an information session with Durham School of the Art families and staff about our plan to their new campus on Duke Armstead. While the support of our community, we will continue to renovate, to build to ensure that we are prepared for Durham County growth and our student and our teacher have outstanding school campuses. This month, we celebrated both Love the Bus Month and Bus Driver Appreciation Week. We have been telling the stories on our website of outstanding bus drivers we have and the bus monitors and other professionals. I want to thank our transportation employees and the leadership team for serving our students and our school with grace and pride. Finally, if you will give me a point of privilege, I would like to turn over my remarks to Dr. Hardy and Mr. Sadeth, and to share information about DPS Black History Month. Mr. Sadeth, Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Mabinga. DPS Celebrates was created during remote learning time of the pandemic as an opportunity to share knowledge, empower, and promote awareness through remote learning district-wide. In 2021, DPS Celebrates announced a plan to grow what was started in 2020 by offering more frequent live events that have been coined beyond the celebrations. During each month, there is a focus on a character trait as well as other designated celebrations that are in response to our DPS student population decided upon by the DPS Celebrates Committee, which is comprised of members of various departments and cultural backgrounds within DPS. DPS Celebrates provides resources related to each monthly celebration for use by DPS teachers, students, families, and stakeholders, with a monthly Beyond the Celebrations live event every second Monday. Broadcasts are available in English, Spanish, and with American Sign Language translation. For Black History Month specifically, DPS celebrates in collaboration with our Office of Equity Affairs weekly live events on Mondays. Each week focuses on a specific topic that is related to the Black experience in honor and celebration of Black History Month. We open the celebration with a panel of guests to have a conversation about empowering boys of color, featuring Black male figures from the Durham community to discuss the fortification of the Black community through the work and impact of Black men. On Valentine's Day, DPS showed love for Black History Month by showcasing events occurring in our DPS schools that were shared with the DPS Celebrates Committee. Now I'll turn it over to Mr. Sutter to speak to some specific school events.
That's right. Because the DPS Celebrates team wanted to highlight schools, I wanted to take a moment to give you a few examples. It's not comprehensive, but some of the things that particularly our elementary and middle schools were doing in support of Black History Month. If we could go to the next slide, please. Burton Magnet Elementary kicked off Black History Month with a community leaders readathon, including Dr. Mabinga, a Black Heritage Day with suggested attire, a drive-by chorus performance during morning carpool, an African-American history quiz bowl, and a community-friendly Black business and food truck expo that included student fine arts. Next slide, please. Club Boulevard Elementary students visited the school's Black History mural that had been created by previous third graders. Fayetteville Street Elementary students enjoyed a readathon with Chair Umstead, Vice Chair Lewis, Reverend Dr. William Barber, Joshua Gunn, and others. Next slide, please. Glenn Elementary students participated in many hands-on activities, highlighted the explosion of books in the past few years by phenomenal Black authors, and they are holding a Black History celebration tonight that started at 6 p.m. Glenn teachers incorporated Black history into social emotional learning lessons about identity as well, and students are contributing to a school-wide Black history timeline. Next slide, please. Holt Elementary students are holding a 5th grade wax museum and a Black History quiz bowl tomorrow on Friday. And then on the next slide, you'll see Spring Valley Elementary students presenting Black History Month projects about Martin Luther King, Jesse Owens, and Thurgood Marshall, with Principal Gwen Wilson there on the leftmost picture. Next slide, please. Finally, to wrap up our highlights, Carrington Middle School is holding their Black History Month Spirit Week this week, encouraging attire ranging from historical figures, African attire, and HBCU days. Neal Middle began their annual Black History Month celebration virtually at 6 p.m. this evening. And this is Shepherd Middle's Black History Month Spirit Week as well, including an HBCU and Greek Life Day tomorrow, honoring Black education and service. Lots of phenomenal things happening at our schools. This just scratches the surface. Now I'd like to turn it back over to Dr. Hardy for more on DPS Celebrates and our district response.
The DPS Celebrates conversation also continued with a conversation about the influence of race and culture in media, featuring longtime WRAL journalist Gilbert Baez and Reedsville High School journalism student Victoria Alcindor. We wrap up the month with an in-person event at Hillside High School on the presence, power, and politics of Crown. The Crown Act panel will feature students from Hillside High School's drama department who will present a segment of their play, State of Urgency, which was created to amplify student voices around social justice issues in America. The panelists will affirm the beauty, power, and resilience of Black hair and highlight the importance of Dove and the Crown Coalition's 2019 Crown Act and what it necessitated in its creation. The Crown Act was designated to protect women from discrimination against race-based hairstyles by extending statutory protection to hair texture and protective styles, such as braids, locks, twists, and knots in the workplace and public schools. The panel event will include the reading of a Crown resolution and an inspirational question and answer session with the esteemed panelists who will share a range of information, including what they love, about their hair, advocacy for wearing natural hairstyles in the workplace and in public, and how natural hair has become politicized and policed. The program will culminate with a crown charge issued by Durham's Mayor Elaine O'Neill. In DPS, we believe that Black History Month cannot be contained in just 28 days. So we have expanded to combine Black History with Women's History Month in March and are currently securing additional local guests, some of whom will be DPS alumni, for continued weekly live events. We encourage everyone to visit celebrate.dpsnc.net for more information and to learn about featured guests. Thank you.
Madam Chair, that's pretty much conclude my reports.
Thank you all. Thank you, Dr. Mabinga. I have had a chance to do some of the read-ins at schools, and it's been a pleasure. So wonderful to know that our schools are celebrating Black History Month. I know there's been emphasis on it this month, but I also know that they celebrate Black history all throughout the school year. So thank you all for those presentations. Folks at home, tune in to DPS Celebrates. It's a really awesome program that's streaming on our YouTube channel. The next item on our agenda is agenda review and approval.
I'd like to add an item. I need to give the board an update on the Safety and Wellness Task Force to fill the vacant educator seat. That's for that task force. I have a plan to propose and share with you all this evening. We can add that at 9B. Also, I'd like to bring back to the board for discussion and possible decision around naming elementary school F. It was originally on the agenda on October 21st. The due diligence has been done and we can vote this up or down, but I'm hoping that we can address it today and possibly adding that as 9C.
Yeah, I have some unreadiness about naming the elementary school. I hadn't been informed of that ahead of time, but I would certainly welcome the update on safety and wellness. Second. Well, you put a motion. Did you put a motion?
There was not a motion. I think we would need to motion them separately because they are two separate issues to be added to the agenda, if that's correct. We may not make a decision tonight if there is unreadiness, but I would like to have the discussion because it has been on since October 9th, November 18th, and December 9th. So yeah, maybe we can have some discussion about it, but we would vote each one by motion.
I move that we add the update on the safety task force item.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Seer, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously.
And I'd like to move that we add elementary school F.
A second.
Been moved by Mr. Raven, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion?
Could I get clarification on your motion as to whether you're moving for an action item or for discussion?
For discussion.
Thank you.
Been moved, I believe, yes, by Mr. Raven, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign.
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so it passes 5-2. All right. So do we need to do a full motion with the full now amended agenda? Or those, okay.
Move approval of the agenda as amended.
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on the agenda is Board of Education monthly meeting minutes.
Move approval of the minutes as presented.
Second.
Been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Ms. Lewis. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. The minutes pass unanimously. The next item on our agenda is general public comment. I have some rules that I want to read before we get started. For those who are speaking, we ask that you first please state your name If speaking for an organization, please state your name and the name of the organization. Second, speakers are asked to present their comments in the specified time. When the yellow light comes on, you have 1 minute left to start winding up your comments. When the red light comes on, it will beep and that indicates that your time is up. Complaints about named staff, students, or parents should not be voiced in open session. However, we are very interested in hearing your concerns with regard to the public education, safety of students, or the operation of the school system. Finally, board members will listen carefully and consider the comments, but we do not engage with speakers. Our first speaker will be, I believe it's Dana Carpenter. And we'll give each speaker 3 minutes.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Mbenga. Thank you all very much for all you do. I would like to speak to you on behalf of veteran IAs and how the pay raise needs to be across the board for all IAs. I myself have been an educator for over 25 years and I love what I do. I myself have to do more than one job to help support my family because what I make is not enough. IAs need to be looked at as educators also. Over the years, I've helped guide many new teachers with my years of experience. New teachers look at us for help with running classrooms, which include helping with small groups, helping identify students with special needs, and other support throughout the day. Also now with the pandemic, we're asked to I sub over 5 or 6 times a month, sometimes up to 5 times in 1 week, not doing my job to help my teacher. We're also included on parent-teacher conferences. We also have been, we also have been told that the school could not run without us. So I'm asking for your help for the pay to reflect that. Please help us veteranize A's with the pay to raise so we can be able to make a living without having to have more than one job to support our school. Thank you.
The next speaker is Jessica Schaefer. I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
This is Fiona. She's here too. I'm just a concerned parent and I'm with the group of other parents in my neighborhood. We are all at our base school where I live, which is the Title I. We have had a extremely rough year. We are losing teachers left and right. The slide has been boarded up all year long. The kids aren't getting recess. They're being sat to watch television for lunch and recess many days because they don't have the staff to support. Many times the teachers are watching 2 and 3 classrooms across the hallways. We've got teachers, I'm being told last Friday by multiple children that came home from school, as we sometimes take a group, walk to school and walk home, and we take them fishing, and we try to have the community sense. As I said, we have a trail from our neighborhood to the school. We were told by multiple children in different classrooms that one of the special teachers was incredibly ill all day, coughing and hacking all day, that had to come because they did not have any other subs to watch. They are having, they're having administrative staff watching classrooms, not teachers. All year has been a revolving door of different people just covering classrooms, babysitting basically. I'm now paying mathnasium $320 a month because my daughter's IEP is basically a couple weeks, she'll get intervention, then things will come up, she doesn't get intervention. Now the interventionist is leaving. Who can blame her? So now we're getting a new interventionist, and my daughter, who's finally outgrown her rare disease that has had a neurodegenerative regressive effect from grades kindergarten through 4th, is now needing services more than ever because she is retaining, and we're not going to get him this year. We've gone outside of the public schools. What I'm scared of, and I'm seeing this in Durham everywhere, this city is changing quickly, very rapidly. I lived in San Francisco for 5 years. They did not have public schools. That's going to happen here if we are not careful. In in my neighborhood, I have convinced many families to turn to our community school this year, despite the scores, citing, there's a high ESL population, it's very low income. That's why we're having the scores we have. Come anyway. Let's form a PTA. Let's do what we can do. We're getting no cooperation from the school. 30 seconds. Oh, thanks, babe. She knows I talk. It's rough. It's been a really rough year, and now I'm looking elsewhere, and I have been the strongest advocate for base schools, but we're talking about $400,000, $500,000 homes that are being bought in cash, people coming into our neighborhood to be in this zip code. And they're turning away from this community school that their neighborhood is right next to. And they're not going to come back. The problem is, as the money comes in, we are going to, when I lived in San Francisco, there was your police, your firefighters, your teachers, I'm sorry, they all lived outside the city. They could not afford to live in their city. That's happening here. It has to change. And if it's taking it to city council, we take it to city council. It has to change because we are going to lose these schools, and those children who are ESL
Thank you.
families and low income will not have a voice anymore because the parents that do care are leaving.
Thank you so much.
Sorry. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, educators, for your fight.
All right. The next up is Jenny Cauldron. Cauldron.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Mubanga. Many of us remember a distinct start to this pandemic. Perhaps it was a phone call from the beloved Chip Sutterth telling us not to send our children back to school on Monday. But there's another pandemic raging in our schools that didn't have such a clear start. For years, teacher pay compared to cost of living has dwindled. Working conditions have become unworkable. And then there's a COVID-19 pandemic layered on top of that. Through all of it, teachers have found a way. They've adapted, covered classes for absent colleagues, and cared for our children's increased social and emotional needs. Teachers have done what teachers have always done. They have prioritized children above all else. And while I am so very thankful for that, I don't want their superhuman efforts to make us blind to what's really happening. Teachers are becoming the proverbial empty cups that you can no longer pour from. One of my children's teachers quit a couple of weeks ago, and there's been a revolving door of substitutes since. Meanwhile, the EC resource teachers at my other child's school are so thoroughly tapped, the self-contained EC teacher is pulling groups during her downtime. It's superhuman, but also completely unsustainable. And selfishly, I want it to end, if only because nobody is going to respond patiently to our children. They were up at 2 a.m. drafting an IEP because there's no such thing as a planning period anymore. I know this is complicated, and it's not your fault, but the pandemic wasn't our teachers' fault, and yet they found a way. Now I'm asking you to do the same. Get just as creative as our educators and find a way. Find a way to fund more positions so teachers can get back their planning periods. Find a way to increase the salary supplement. Find a way to increase base pay for classified staff to a living wage. Do for our teachers what they have done for our children. Be just as creative as teachers were in finding a way to engage students in online learning. They did it for us, and now it's our turn to return the favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Millicent Rogers, and after Millicent will be Neil Spinner.
Good evening. It's budget season. I'm here as a parent in this community, the advocate. Historically, you've put together a budget that allocates federal and state funds and develops a request for the county to fill in the gaps where the state is unwilling. And then you take your budget and present it to county leaders. Only a fraction of that budget is filled. I'm hopeful that this year will be different. County staff has expressed an increased willingness to more fully fund the needs of DPS, but we're going to need to work together. The board and DPS leadership must create a budget that is reflective of every Durham family. When families are centered and their voices are heard, our whole community can stand together to support that budget and ask the county commissioners to make fully funding it a priority. As a parent, my priorities are simple. That our local supplement and instructional assistant pay reflect the good work happening in our classrooms and provide the DPS family with a living wage. Based on the kept hours for our classified staff, that works out to just over $17 an hour, a rate that under current pay scales, Durham instructional assistants won't meet until 17 years of experience. Starting at $17 is a step in the right direction to ensuring that our classified staff is not overburdened with second and third jobs and are able to focus on the children in our classrooms. Similarly, the local supplement for our teachers needs to meet or exceed the supplements elsewhere in the triangle. Our talented teachers will opt to teach elsewhere. In order to attract and retain quality teachers, we have to pay them accordingly. Even if surrounding school systems do not increase their local supplements this year, the proposed increase in teacher supplement only keeps Durham ahead of Chapel Hill, Carborough cities until year 20, at which point teachers are incentivized to take their experience and acquired expertise elsewhere. I understand the challenges before the board, especially as North Carolina has systematically underfunded schools in recent years. Nonetheless, I'm ready and willing to stand in partnership to advocate for what is best for our children. Create a budget that reflects our families, and our families will stand for that budget. Thanks.
Thank you. Next, Neil Spinner.
Hello, DPS board members, and thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm the father of 2 children in Durham Public Schools. I deeply care and I love this school district, and I'm also a PhD scientist. I have extensive experience in analyzing scientific data, and I also care deeply about my children's education. Along both of these lines, I'm here to insist that the face mask mandate be removed during your vote tonight. This is purely about science, medicine, and empirical evidence. This is not about politics, left versus right, or personal freedom. Despite our hopes that masks would be an effective mitigation strategy, the overwhelming body of evidence suggests otherwise. In addition, masking kids in schools for an extended period of time has caused other unforeseen problems, such as social emotional distress, delayed development, and learning loss. And I'm not here to convince anybody or claim that COVID is not a serious illness. Obviously it is, or to say that all the mitigation strategies have been poor. I for one, am very appreciative of the eating outside policy. That's a very good idea. However, regarding face masks in particular, here's a list of evidence. From the CDC in May of 2020, quote, "There is limited evidence for face mask effectiveness in preventing virus transmission, either when worn by the infected person or when worn by uninfected persons to reduce exposure. Our systematic review found no significant effect of face masks on transmission. Similar findings have been reported from the World Health Organization, the European CDC, the International Journal of Public Health, another CDC report from May of 2021 involving 90,000 students in Georgia public schools, as well as the German virology professor who in August of 2020 noted that improper use of masks may actually increase infections."
Excuse me, sir. Yeah, if you can make sure it's above your nose. Thank you.
Now, even in spite of this evidence that clearly shows face masks do not work as we hoped they would, a common counter argument is that it's no big deal, it's just a mask, it's not hurting anybody. And to that argument, I can say as the father of 2 young developing children, I've already witnessed firsthand how being masked for well over a year has hindered their educational and social emotional development. In fact, the CDC recently lowered its speech standards for young children due to mask wearing after previously claiming that masks would have no effect. This has also negatively affected non-English speakers, and they've admitted as much in particular, which is critical in our community. And parents and counselors know well that we've seen mental health, anxiety, suicide, and depression rates skyrocket over the past couple of years as we've forced the least vulnerable population, children, to become more detached from their peers than ever before. Well, in summary, I'm here to tell you that the evidence nowhere near supports a mask mandate, and it's more clear that the negatives outweigh the positives. Moving forward, parents should have the choice to mask or not mask their children. Please follow the science and vote to remove the DPS mask mandate. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is, I think it's Kayla Stacanto. I apologize if I mispronounce your name.
It's Kayla Stacanto.
Thank you.
I'm a student. I'm a junior in high school right now, and I think I speak for a lot of people, and I'm reiterating what other people have said when I say pay teachers more. Teenagers are often seen as very self-absorbed and unempathetic, but we definitely do notice when teachers are struggling, not just when they stay up too late grading assignments, trying to get all of their work done, but also when you've taken a class with them for the past 3 years and they seem exhausted and emotionally drained and depressed and like they hate life. A teacher's attitude can and does impact how responsive we are in class. And between having to cope with stress, low wages, and a pandemic, I'm genuinely shocked that my favorite teachers have managed to still teach for, in some cases, 2 decades. I have no idea how they find the energy to do so, and I'm genuinely impressed by all of them. I'm not an adult, so I don't understand the stress of having to work a second job to pay a mortgage while simultaneously having the mental capacity to check in on depressed students, but I would imagine it takes a toll on someone. Pay needs to increase with cost of living, and as others have said, Durham is quickly becoming gentrified and has been for a while. Poverty is definitely not a uniquely American issue, but American education does continue to lag behind that of our peers. Low pay makes teaching less competitive and unappealing to potentially great educators. Without teachers, nobody gets an education. Without an education, there are no doctors, there are no lawyers, there are no artists, there are no people who found their passions with the encouragement of a mentor and who went on to do great things, even if for them, great things just means finding happiness. Without my greatest teachers, I would not be the person I am today. There's also a very large chance I wouldn't be here at all, and I guarantee there are other students who feel the same. I refuse to allow myself the possibility of regret for not defending the people who care the most. Take apathetic students like me and turn them into concerned citizens. Spend every ounce of their energy expressing compassion and empathy for even the most disillusioned and disruptive students imaginable. A single teacher has the power to shape the lives of dozens of students each year, but it cannot be expected to support others while they themselves are not supported. I urge everyone in here to consider the impact teachers have and to remember that teachers are human beings. With that, I yield my time and good night.
Thank you. Did we have one additional public speaker? They can state their name.
Absolutely. My name is Matt Haney. It's a pleasure to be with everyone. It's my first time in a school board meeting. It's reassuring to see how many people are so passionate about our children's education. So I'm a physician here in Durham, and I appreciate some time to help to promote the health and well-being of our kids. We all know and talk about often that kids have been disproportionately affected by the pandemic in many ways. But very little in the case of children of that has had to do with infection with COVID itself. I think we know that a lot of that has been from their inability to be in regular in-person schooling, to interact with other children in meaningful and normal ways, and to be involved in the activities that I think they cherish and find fulfillment in. I have 4 children, 2 of which are in Durham public schools, and are surrounded by excellent staff and teachers. They love every day of it. I understand and hear often about the culture of the pandemic in the classroom and at the school. So there's a few things that I want to just make a little more clear regarding the pandemic. And the first one may have a little more to do with future policy in regards to vaccines. Because I very strongly feel that children should never be burdened with any sort of division or distinction or difference in treatment based on vaccination or not. I'm supportive of the COVID vaccine. I was vaccinated almost 1.5 years ago, pretty quickly after it came out. But I'm very much against any sort of vaccine mandates, especially in the pediatric population. Children rarely contract serious illness from COVID. There are case reports, and there's some who are more affected than others, but those are quite rare. And the push for childhood vaccination initially seemed to be more towards the goal of trying to prevent spread of illness in the population. And I think the recent Omicron wave has shown us that vaccines don't fully prevent that transmission. although we are fortunate that it does protect those who are at risk of serious infection. So I just want to encourage that we don't ever think poorly of parents who are concerned about vaccinating their children, because I think those are concerns that come from a caring and loving reason. And we venture down sort of a dangerous road if we begin to mandate this vaccine for children. I think that sort of segregation in treatment would cause more harm than good. The second thing I wanted to stress is the masking, which I think it's about time that we make optional for children, for many of the same reasons I've already mentioned. By and large, it's not our children who need protecting from COVID, and those who are in need have vaccine options and masking options should they feel to do so. Teachers are no longer at risk of serious illness from spread of disease by children, and the burden of protecting the vulnerable population really should not be placed on our children. During much of the pandemic, the leading hypothesis was that the school setting was higher risk than the community, and that's been refuted many, many times. And the risk of other infections and those under the age of 5 are much higher for hospitalization than COVID. So I appreciate your time. Encourage you to take those thoughts in mind as you make the vote tonight. And thank you again for everything that you do.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment. The next item on our agenda is our consent items. We have items A through F. Consent items have been sent to board members in advance, and we have had the opportunity to review those items.
I just wondered, did you mention earlier about the comments that are online? We had a significant number, and I didn't know if.
I apologize.
No, you're fine.
I'm sorry. We did have a significant number of online comments. I think with people in person, it just took me back to when we only had in-person comments. So, Mr. Suttereth, could you share a little bit about the online comments? We do not have additional time at this point to read those, but if you could give us a little highlight summary.
Absolutely. We've received 191 online public comments that have been posted to the DPS website on the page for this meeting, this very meeting. The vast majority of those public comments were about the question of a mask mandate, and a significant majority of those comments were asking that the mask mandate be continued. There were several comments asking for the mask mandate to be lifted, but the majority wanted it continued. There were also a few comments in support of teachers' requests, the asks that were part of the rally downstairs this evening. There were a few comments about the proposed changes to our bell schedules, generally either expressing personal difficulty or asking about the availability of after-school care in those circumstances. Again, all of those comments are available in all 191 of them, all 75 PDF pages of them on the DPS website.
Thank you, Mr. Sutter and Ms. Byer, for that reminder. Those public comments have also been sent to board members, so we have had an opportunity to review those as well.
I had a question, Madam Chair. And this may be for our attorney. So when you're in person, you have to give your name, address, and so forth. However, many times on online submissions is anonymous. Do we have to accept anonymous? I'll
let the attorney answer, but I believe the answer is yes.
I believe your policy does request that people provide their name and the topic. I would not recommend that you turn someone away from written public comments because they fail to provide that. But in terms of coming here and speaking, I think that is a reasonable request for those comments in person.
I would like to add that we use a Google form submission process. We do not have any way of knowing that the actual identity of a person who submits. I read a name and an address when I'm given it. Is that the actual name of the person who submitted? We don't have a good way to control for the identities of the people who are submitting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll move to our consent agenda items. These items have been sent to board members in advance to review. and also have time to discuss with administration. Board, I'll accept the motion.
I move approval of the consent items listed on the agenda. Second.
Been moved by Ms. Valladares, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is the Board of Education mask mandate vote.
I move we continue the mask mandate.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously. The next item on our agenda is a community wellness safety update. B. Yes, 9B.
The Safety and Wellness Task Force has been working amazingly well and hard. Unfortunately, one of the seats designated for DPS educator to fill has been vacant. Ms. Tanya Leathers has stepped down for personal reasons, and I would like to propose that we open an application period for February 28th, so beginning on Monday through March 28th. And then on April the 7th, at our board work session, we would vote on the applicant to fill the seat based on the applications that we receive. So I'm bringing this to the board's attention. If there's any questions or suggestions or recommendations of another process, I'm open for the discussion.
I appreciate it. I think it sounds like a great plan. I appreciate your keeping on top of it and keeping us informed. I think this work is so important. Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Lewis.
I want to thank former principal Leathers and her work on the task force. And so just a lot of gratitude and definitely, let's get that position filled. Thank you.
This item is just for information. So if any other questions? Thank you, Vice Chair Lewis, for your service on the Community Wellness Task Force. We really appreciate that. Any other questions?
That was just for information. I thought it wasn't a proposal to how to fill or.
I'll turn to the attorney. I don't believe so. I think that was just for information.
It was just for information, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Right. With any other questions? We'll move to our next discussion item, elementary school F. Vice Chair Lewis.
Yeah, I brought that to the floor as well. Ultimately, as I shared before, the administration brought this item to us on October 21st. It was introduced under operations, and then it was on our agenda again on November the 18th. We had 12 items on our agenda that day, so it had gotten removed, even though some community comments were here that we did hear about the topic. And then on December 9th, it was on the public agenda, but it was pulled just before our meeting. The due diligence has been done. The community has weighed in. I think that would be good for us to rehear what the community has shared for us, and that we're also transparent in having the conversation. It's important that the school has an identity. It's important that this was important to the administration 4 months ago for a reason. And the school's not opening tomorrow, but there's something that goes with naming a school. And what does that mean? This week, I had the opportunity to visit at least 5 schools. One was for the spelling bee competition at Bethesda Elementary School, and another one was for the Black History Quiz Bowl at Lakewood Elementary School. Those students at every school did an outstanding job, learning their lessons, being able to regurgitate information that they had learned. And one question during the Black History Bowl was, name the 7 schools in Durham named after influential Black leaders from the Durham community. A 3rd grader was able to name every single one. And with further conversation, he was able to share a fact about each one and their contribution to Durham. To hear everything that we are doing to support Black History Month in this school system, it's just been really important to me that we consider history, the way history's been made here in Durham. And one of the names that's on for decision is Betty Dorothea Massenberg. There's something about naming a school after a person that is not just a great principal, but the first Black female principal in the city schools that did not see poverty-stricken children, but saw their potential. The community has brought this name forward, and I would be honored to use her name for this school. And I know there were some questions about, was she the first? How many people have weighed in? I don't know if Mr. Sudworth is available to give us some of that information that he had given before, but I definitely want us to bring it back to the community, back to the table, back to this board for conversation, so the community knows we are being transparent, we are doing our due diligence, and we're ready to make a decision to give the school an identity as it's being built and moving forward.
I know this item was just added tonight, so I don't know, Mr. Sudworth, if your office has had time to pull that information.
I can speak generally about it. I don't have exact numbers before me, but I can speak generally about the process and where we were. On October 21st, I brought to you the initial results of our community engagement process, seeking suggestions for the name of Elementary School F. We brought to you 4 options, 3 of which were geographic, and 1 of which was historical figure. Pauline Murray was by far the most popular recommendation in the online process. We recommended Murray Elementary School. There was a sense among some staff that they prefer names to not include the first name, a la Lucas Middle School, but there was interest in Pauline Murray Elementary School. At the same time, we heard from the family of Betty Dorothea Massenberg, one submission had been made on the in the online process, but they came recommending that name. But the family came and spoke eloquently about it, and the board elected to defer that decision. And we heard from, and you heard through email correspondence from other members of our community advocating for that name. Your policy doesn't put it up to a vote where the number 1 recommendation goes forward. Your policy is for us to give you recommendations and for you to consider it. We know that the process encouraged the name of Pauline Murray Elementary School, but the response to that included very substantial subsequent public support for Betty Dorothea Massenberg. I'm looking at the website that the family set up prior to that. Trailblazing educator, trailblazing business owner, author, motivational speaker, poet, community servant. So that is the background of the decision that is before you.
Thank you, Mr. Sudworth. Board members, is there any additional discussion? We added this item for discussion tonight. Mr. Raven.
I think one thing that we really have to think about is when we name schools, who are we naming the schools for, and what is the intention behind the names? What emotions are evoked from the naming of schools, from the connections that individuals who will be students in that school that they'll have with it, with the familiarity of families that have grown up in cities and communities? How do names on schools resonate? For instance, we have North Carolina Central, founded by James E. Shepherd, and we have Shepherd Middle School. And it's actually, NCCU is actually the youngest HBCU in North Carolina, but it's actually one of the largest in the country. I believe it's tied for number 6, if I'm not mistaken. But he was a revolutionary. We have other leaders like Orrin Harris. We have Merrick Moore, which is the combination of um, two pathfinders within the community. They even founded a local chapter, Cap Alpha Psi, the Durham chapter. They were two of the charter members. So the historical context that you place on names, it means a lot. And it means a lot, not just in the present, but in the future when you're telling the story of who we are and who we see ourselves to be. The one thing that people can always say about Durham is if you look on TV, you watch anything, you will always see something somehow come back to Durham because we've been the first in so many ways. And historically, we've done that because we know where we need to go, we know where we want to go, and we always have an idea of how to get there. And in retrospect, it's always easy to say, yeah, we did this, we knew where things were going. We didn't, but we're always willing to take that chance. So I think just us being able to have discussions about this and about how we perceive the benefits and the values behind names in schools, I think it means a lot. And I think it says a lot about us as board members when we're able to actually take the time just to communicate how we feel. Not so much what we're going to do, but at least letting everyone know how we think so they could kind of follow that logic. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Raven. Any other discussion? All right, Ms. Valladares.
Yeah, I just want to say that we are just really grateful for our community's input, the way that the community has engaged us around naming schools, and particularly showcasing women in leadership. When Mr. Shutter went up and talked about going back to October and that there were 3 geographic locations, and by far Polly Murray had more votes than the other geographic locations. That was kind of putting us in a direction that there's definitely connections that the community members have. And then since then, the option for Betty Massenburg has been on the table as well. We've gotten engagements through emails, calls, and I know that Mr. Sutterth, when you were mentioning the feedback up until October, since October, we're now a couple of months in, and we've gotten more feedback. And so I definitely do think that there is something to be said about connection and naming of schools where families can be engaged, and this level of engagement is always great. I'm always grateful for it. So I'd be interested in seeing the community engagement since October, and for us to have a process by which we can see the engagement and definitely match it. Mr. Raven mentioned Merrick Moore being 2 names, having Merrick and Moore, 2 pathfinders. There's considerations. I would not, if we were to vote today, I would be in support of Betty Massenburg. And that is something that I think I would have no qualms in supporting a name that matches leadership, entrepreneurship, and highlighting a community, a connection to community. Polly Murray, if we had been voting October 21st and Polly Murray is the top name in that process that we had, and we didn't have any other name to go on, based on that engagement, Polly Murray would be the name that we would be choosing if that were our process. But our process is not just one thing or the other. So what I'm saying with this is that I think that this discussion doesn't need to be drawn out too much. I would be in support of a motion for Betty Massenburg. I would also be supportive if this board decided to do Murray Massenburg as well. So those are my thoughts for this.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. This was added to the agenda for discussion and not for action tonight, so we won't be able to make any action, but I appreciate the discussion. Any other conversation? Ms. Lewis?
I'm curious, as we're discussing it, it's been a while since it's been up for a vote. I'm not sure what would impede us from making a motion to vote on this today and move forward with it. So I would like to know, like, what are some of the things that the other board members need to be able to move on this? We have these 2 or 3 names before us, and just like to have the conversation.
Are there any board members?
Yeah, I have nothing that stops me from voting tonight. I'm on the same page as Board Member Valladares.
I just want to say it again, this was added to the agenda for discussion and not for action, so we are not be able to take action on it tonight. Is there any other discussion? All right, I'm gonna close this agenda item.
And this is, I guess, for the attorney, although we added it for a discussion, are we able to vote one way or the other? If it's not from the administration, but as a board, it's considered a board decision.
You can make a motion to amend the agenda to add this as an action item.
I think the board voted earlier today to keep this as a discussion item. So I would like to keep that as a discussion.
I'm fine with the discussion. We've heard from less than half, and I'm just not sure why we're not moving forward, or when is it going to be on the next agenda for us to vote on it? I know the community has weighed in, it has been since October, and I'm just not getting any feedback for what we're waiting on so that we can have the conversation. That's what I'm asking for, the conversation. If we're not going to move on, I'm not sure why we're stuck here.
Thank you, Ms. Lewis. I think I've heard everything that's been shared so far. And it sounds like we do want action soon. We can look as we plan our agendas for March or April to see when the right time to bring it to action will be. All right. Thank you all for having this discussion. The next item on our agenda, we're going to go to operational services, DPS bell schedule alignment.
Thank you, Chair Umstead, and good evening to the Board of Education, Dr. Mabenga. I'm joined here tonight by Mr. Matthew Palmer and Mr. Joe Harris. We're going to be discussing staff's recommendation to realign our bell schedules to fit within school levels. This is not only going to help us with our operational efficiencies, but also provide benefits to some of our youngest students and most vulnerable. And without further ado, I'll ask Mr. Palmer and Mr. Harris to walk us through the presentation, and then we'll answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Dr. Monk. Good evening, Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Mabenga, and the Durham community. It's a pleasure to be here this evening. We have a unique opportunity, Director Harris and I, to bring to you all a recommendation that will actually do a few things of benefit for our school community, not only as it relates to operations, but in support of some of the research around the benefits of start times for particularly our middle school and high school students. So with that, we would ask to go ahead and start to the next slide, and we'll share with you sort of an overview of the pillars of our DPS transportation plan. Again, this is looking big picture at all the different efforts that our team in transportation is undertaking to improve service, consistency, and resilience of our transportation department for DPS students. We'll tie it briefly to the strategic plan, priority goal 5E. Talk about the connection between bell times and transportation. Again, this is for information as well as for action this evening. Our recommendations in his administration, and then certainly leave space for any considerations or questions that you all may have that we'll be prepared to answer this evening. Next slide, please. So we want to start with some good news. And if you would, next slide. We have been working very hard since really last summer to prepare ourselves for a full, remember back in the day when we talked about plan A, plan B, plan C, well, we are definitely aware heading into this year that transportation will be a challenge, and it is, and it remains a challenge. To reset the board in the community's minds, we used to have 300 bus drivers. On any given day now, we have less than 150. So half of your supply, and the demand is stable. We realize that many families haven't necessarily chosen to drive to school. Historically, our bus ridership rates are at 60%. Currently, they're at 40%. That shift has gone to our car queues, which is a separate related topic about challenges at schools right now. We'll walk through our efforts around safety, equity, efficiency, and sustainability. Again, along safety, we have received submissions for an RFP for a school bus technology platform that will modernize our service around school bus transportation in Durham. Won't go into the details tonight. That's a coming presentation in March. In addition, DPI is now endorsing seatbelts on school buses moving forward, and we're going to take full advantage of that here in Durham. Around equity, we have now identified positions and personnel for each of our transportation offices to receive calls. We got a lot of feedback that folks were having to drive school buses because of the staffing shortage, and there weren't folks at the office to receive the calls. We have people there as well as to support schools that are trying to connect with the regional offices. Growing Together, which of course we'll be working on this spring, and that is really about not only simplifying and improving access to school from an eligibility perspective around student assignment, but also around transportation. Those long bus rides, that's one of the best things that we can possibly do. We'll talk about that. Efficiency, I mentioned 60% of our students are either driven to school, walk, bike, or take transit. Effective February of this year, 2022, we have our first transportation planner in Durham Public Schools, Ms. Kristen Brookshire, we alluded to at the last meeting. She's already hit the ground running and working to support our school campuses that are in desperate need of support. The last point here around bell schedules. Back in 2016-17, we started on a path of adjusting the bell times for our high schools, and we got part of the way. We adjusted high schools. We didn't adjust all of the elementaries or middle schools. There's a lot of reasons for that predate certainly our arrival in these seats. Part of what we're bringing to you tonight is the completion of that step so that we can bring forth a modern, sustainable transportation system of service for our children. The last point I want to make is that sustainability does underride these other three pillars. We're always trying to bring sustainability forward when we can, but we're driven by safety, equity, and efficiency. Next slide, please. So very briefly to remind the public and the board, the 2018 strategic plan for DPS identified priority goal 5B as transportation efficiency in accordance with the NCDPI annual scorecard. And on the next slide, we'll go through that. Our benchmark status in that first year was 92.2%. Our goal is 95.8%. We've been held harmless these last 2 years, both last year and this year because of COVID. They will score us next year. And that is going to be our primary benchmark to determine, did we hit this goal? So we're deploying all of our strategies to make sure that we're able to achieve this strategic goal that we see as being beneficial for our students as well as our administration. Next slide, please. So our strategies around that include reducing mileage, making sure we're maximizing the number of students we can carry in a bus while also being responsible, standardizing our stops, optimizing our routes, and looking at school programming. And it's that last point. School programming has to do, yes, with the placement of our application programs. We talked about growing together, but also those start times. Where do they need to be? What are the logistical constraints on a daily basis? Next slide, please. So just to tie together these strategies with our tactics to achieve, we have growing together. School boundaries will be a part of that project. That's going to help a lot with the mileage. Bell times directly, and we'll talk about how, are going to tie back to the number of miles we have to travel every day. And what kind of miles, because there's different, whether we have students or they're empty buses. High utilization relates back to how good is our data. We're working with research and accountability to update those data inputs so that they're consistent with what we observe every day. Standardizing our stops, and this is no secret for our community, there is a wide variability on how we provide service, and we need to make sure that we're consistent in how we do so. Optimizing routes includes, yes, growing together in boundaries, but again, bell times. And the last piece here is really talking about bell times touching on mileage and route efficiency. So I want to tie these threads together about the connection of when we start school, our goals around transportation, and why we're talking about bell times as a connective piece. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in total, we have a little over 30,000 students enrolled in DPS, of which 2/3 in our data system, Power School, are listed as a yes for ridership. The challenge there is that's 6,500 more than actually ride. So I talked about our efforts with research and accountability to bring those into alignment. We're going to need our parents' help and our school leaders' help to make sure if we're yes in Power School, we have a route for you. But if we have students with route requests that aren't riding, we're driving by and picking up students that aren't riding, and you can see how that leads to inefficiency. Ultimately, we have 429 routes that we carry to support 19,517 ride requests. The challenge, we only have 160 drivers, and of those on a daily rolling average, we've been at about 120. So doing the quick math on that, every driver has to carry over 3 routes in the morning and the afternoon, irrespective of how long that route is. So we have to do some reconfigurations to make that work. Next slide, please. Now, back in the day, some will remember we used to employ high school students to be bus drivers. And there's a lot of reasons we don't do that now. But big picture, we can't just give buses over to schools, right? We would need 429 buses to achieve this goal of a high-cost, high-service system, right? It's not possible. We have 160 rolling buses, not 429. Next slide, please. Where we are right now is a bit in the middle. We're improving our service. We're designed to improve our service, but we are still inefficient. And so when we say high cost, we're talking about efficiency. It's unsustainable because of the variability. School by school and by level, elementary, middle, and high school, we have inconsistent rules, and that leads to a lot of the daily burn that transportation feels, those calls that we can't answer because we're out on the routes. So it's unsustainable, and that's where we are right now. Where we're trying to get to on the next slide is a low-cost, high-service system. We need to be looking at our stops and the assignments there at a neighborhood level, and we'll be doing that this spring. But we really need the standards and planning to make sure that if that's our goal, we have the support for transportation aligned so that we're asking our buses can actually do what we're requesting. Right now, that's not the case. The delays, the phone calls, the delayed arrivals, and the rest of it is mostly because the demand exceeds our supply of drivers. We'll stop there. Kind of get the idea. Next slide, please. So we use a lot of terms here, optimization. There are 3 pieces of optimization. The first one is tiered routing, right? Can we take one bus to service multiple schools? The second point is about school bell times. Are they standardized and are they staggered, or are they all at 8 a.m.? We'll show you an example. And then regional planning. Does a bus have to go from Western Durham to Eastern Durham, or can an area of Durham be serviced by a fleet of buses all at once? Next slide, please. So just an example here, and if you'll tab 1 here. Thank you. A scenario. We have an elementary school, a middle school, and a high school, and they all start at 8 a.m. If that's the case, and this sounds like one of those math problems from back in elementary school, right? 3 schools, same time, we need 3 buses. By staggering on the next slide, if you would please. Oh, there you go. By taking that same scenario, elementary, middle, and high school, and putting them at 7:45, 8:30, and 9:15, now 1 bus and 1 bus driver can service those 3 schools. That's what we mean when we talk about staggering times. Okay. Now, one of the questions we've gotten is, can we shrink those times? Remember, you've got to drop off students, then go get the other batch of students and bring them to school before it starts. So compressing anything less than 45 minutes is too much compression on the pivot. Next slide, please. This is just graphing it out. Another illustrative example. You can see here we have 9 routes. If they all start at the same time, we need 9 buses. Next slide. This is just another way to show the same thing. If we stagger them in time, you can see now we need 5 buses rather than 9 buses. Next slide, please. That red block is your pivot time. That's going to get the next batch of students, right? Okay, so this is what it looks like in our world. This is what we call TIMS, the Transportation Information Management System. It is unique to North Carolina, and we are blessed to have it in this state. It gives us the ability to plan consistent routes, geocode our students. We are really the pioneer in school bus transportation in the United States. Just want to say that because we sometimes forget it. We're very lucky to have this resource. On the next slide, this is what it looks like in the tabular form when we break it open and do a lot of what Mr. Harris does every day, route sheets and coverage boards, right? Next slide, please. So here's where we are today. We would say publicly we're a three-tiered system, those three staggered times, because we do have schools that start at 7:30 to 8 o'clock, another tranche of schools that start at 8:30, and other schools that start between 8:50 and 9:15. But look at the numbers, right? It's very heavy in that first tier. We have to carry 187 routes to start the day, and they're middle school routes. So those are long routes. That's not a quick out and back route. Those are long regional middle school routes. Then we have a couple of elementary schools that start at that 8:30 window, which are quick runs. And then our high schools and other elementaries at that third tier. So even though we say we're third tier, we're really a two-tier system based on how we've structured it. The hardest window for us to serve is that third leg when we have 200 routes, and remember, a rolling average of 120 bus drivers. That means in that window, those bus drivers have to carry 2 routes just in that window alone. Next slide, please. So to address the students, remember we talked about the oversubscription. We have a school bus technology platform coming online that's going to allow drivers and students and families all to be on the same page on who's riding the bus. Next tab. The design miles. What that means is right now we have 2,689 miles that are empty miles. That means every day, 25% of our miles are just empty buses, right? And that's as a function of, again, regional planning. That's grown together. Next slide. The piece that we're focused on with Bell schedules is about taking our 429 routes and allocating them across 3 windows of time. Right now, they're dominantly allocated over 2. So if we can smooth this out, you'll see in a second here what that looks like when we begin to reduce the peak demand at a time window. Next slide. Again, just a reminder, there is a lot of literature out there that we won't go into from CDC and beyond on the benefits of later start times for middle and high school students. We'll leave that alone, only to say we believe there was a reason that the community and the board was interested in this some years ago, and we were asked as an administration to operationalize that. We began on that journey, and this is a part of that piece. Next slide. So just to reset the math, we have 429 routes, 19,500 riders, a rolling average of 120 drivers a day. If you would tab again on the next slide, there you can see the number of routes we could carry if every driver carried 3 routes in the morning would only be 360. So we're short already out of the gate. You're at 69 routes short just to begin the day, right? If we ran the 2 tiers, we could only carry 240 routes. So you can begin to see how this math is misaligned. Next tab. So we either need more drivers, which we're actively working with our human resources leadership, and we're appreciative of that partnership and support, as well as with finance. We do need to find ways to reduce our number of routes, which we can do when we clean up our data. And the last piece is we need to get to a 3-tiered schedule, but a full 3-tiered schedule. Next slide. Go ahead, next slide. So at baseline, our elementaries are serviced at 3 time windows, 7:45, 8:30, and 9 or 9:15. Our middle schools are serviced at 7:20. And our high schools, again, are at 9 or 9:15, depending on if it's a specialty or a regional high school. Here's just an illustration of the variability at our elementary school start times. Okay, we can go quickly through this slide. If you would tab one more time. Again, our objective here is to smooth out the number of routes across 3 tiers rather than 2. Thank you. Okay. Mr. Harris, would you like to make the recommendation?
Good evening. So the recommendations that we have brought forth tonight is, as you can see here, we go as follows. Elementary school will be at 7:45 a.m. start time. Middle school would be a 8:30 start time, and high schools would be a 9:15 start time. You can notice in between each one of those school level, there's a time of 45 minutes. Some ask, why do we need 45 minutes? That's the time that we've got to get into the schools, get the students unloaded, and get started on the next run. So there has been questions about, can we condense the time? That will be almost impossible for this to be effective and be efficient in routing our students on the 3-tier system. So again, 7:45, 8:30, and 9:15. All right. Next slide.
So you can see under this 3-tier restructured design with these new start times. Remember, our demand was 200 routes at one window. We've dropped that to 170, but those are elementary routes, which are shorter. They're about 22 miles versus the middle and high schools are about 28 miles. That gives us the ability, even though it's 170, to get an early start and do double runs when and where needed. Okay. Thank you. Okay. So Joe, would you like to read through some of the benefits?
So in doing so of the recommendation of the 7:30, 7:45 start time, 8:30 and 9:15, benefits will be many. We've done some legwork. We've done a lot of things, investigated. We've talked with some other counties. We've done those things that some of the other counties are currently on this platform right now in their service and their students. There'll be better service for all students. We'll be able to use buses to service long routes for like DSA, creative studies, and satellite magnet stop programs. Consistency, students will be serviced at the same time across the district at all grade levels, okay? Also, we'll be able to reduce ride times and improve geographic neighborhood schools by pairings. So I'm gonna stop right there for a minute and just kind of give you a little information, insight on that. So currently, and I use for the example, Merkmore Elementary School, which is a 7:45 start time. Glenn Elementary School, which is an 8:30 a.m. start time. They're less than 1 mile apart. They're on 2 separate schedules. If they were on the same bell schedule, we'll be able to use some of those buses to combo those students. And especially as we talk about combo and shortening ride times, we can look to our special needs population. Right now, currently, we have those 2 schools. We have buses going in the same area, but they can't ride together. Why? Because the times are different. The bell schedules are not the same. If we had the same bell schedule, what happens? We're able to transport and meet the needs, and guess what? The rides will be shorter. So this is our objective tonight. This is why we brought forth this information. We've worked hard to try to put this together and give you as much information as possible so that you can really see and visualize with us the goal we're trying to accomplish. Is to get our students in their seats in time each and every day. Our goal every day is 100% to be able to get our students to school so they can be fed and learn. That's what we've been tasked to do. So if we're able to produce this model here tonight and be able to get this in place, you'll see changes, positive changes that will happen for the district, which will help meet the needs of our students of Durham Public Schools. And also on the last slide there, we talked about it again, improve the special needs capacity, but also we will be able to improve all students. There are some long ride times. Why? Because we have students that live in the northernmost part of the county that attend schools, magnet programs in the southern part of the county. What does that mean? For example, we have students that live up towards Person County line. They go to Arden Harris and Moorhead. We know how long that takes by car, just traveling. When we factor in time of picking up any students that are along the way, you see why our ride time increases. So in conjunction with the things that we're trying to do moving forward, this will help us reduce some of those things so our students won't be on the bus for so long, so they'll be able to get home, get what they need, and their day won't be as long, and they'll be able to be more effective in the classroom. All right. Next slide. So we pause for questions, consideration.
All right, thank you, Mr. Harris, Mr. Palmer, for that presentation. I have Mr. Sears first, and I'll come to you, Ms. Lewis.
So I want to thank the administration for, for bringing this, and I'm not sure it was this presentation, it was this presentation, and so the community knows, we work on these things ahead of time with agenda planning and getting ready to bring these to the public. It was this and several others that I think demonstrated to me that the administration we have today is really walking and chewing gum at the same time. I mean, we are working on efficiency. We are working on many things to support our schools, all while a pandemic is overwhelming everyone. And I'm very appreciative of the administration, all elements of the administration that are able to do that. I'm ready to make a motion to adopt this change, but I would just make a few comments before that. Several of us were on the board when we flip-flopped our elementary and high school times, driven largely for the health benefits of high schoolers starting later and not seeing harm in younger students starting earlier, given their sleep patterns. So to me, this is step 2 as the administration laid out. I don't have any concerns about it. I do want to acknowledge the community members for whom this will be a significant change. Those 8:30 and 9:15 schools, it's a big deal. This does not minimize that. I happen to have 2 children at a 7:45 school and have for the last 6 years. And it isn't easy, but it's what needs to be done so that those high schoolers can go at a more appropriate time. And so we don't lose the after-school programs that high schoolers need to benefit from our education. So my one request to the administration, and this is not targeted at our presenters, is that the after-school support for our children has to improve. It needed to improve 6 months ago, a year ago, and I'm talking about our programming. We have wait lists at several after-school programs. I think we know that. It's a hard job to fill, just like bus driving can be a hard job to fill, that part-time with the different hours. So we are going to need a recommitment from our administration, I think, to develop those programs, build them out, provide a lot more seats. We had the conversation, the video still exists, of what about the older students watching the younger students? The other way around? No, yes, the no one at home issue. And I think we're okay there. So thanks for hearing me out, and I'll be ready to make a motion whenever.
Ms. Lewis and then Mr. Lee.
Thanks so much to the administration for this presentation. It really is powerful to see the visual and to see that it seemed very complicated with the graph that you shared. I think you call it teams. The work that to see what all the routes look like and how to be more efficient. You all have been tasked with that and done an amazing job presenting it and still relying on the data, getting to that 95%. And it sounds like this is what's going to get there. I concur with many things that Mr. Sears just said in regards to the concerns that parents will have, the personal concerns that was shared in the public comment. Definitely acknowledge those things. I also want to charge the administration to have a after-school program because there will be greater needs. There will be a shift from those who had before care will be needing more aftercare. So I would like the administration to bring a really well-laid plan on how we're going to get those increases in those seats. So there's not a wait list and improved services for our family who will need that, making these changes so our transportation can be more efficient. They do really build on each other. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And to speak to the part of the before school, after school, we're currently working with the community education department to ensure that we have that coverage. We've actually been working with them. There are after school and before school and things in place at many of our schools. Some schools do not actually have it on site. They share with another school. Examples, you have Eastway Elementary and White Smith. White Smith does not have an actual program on site, but those students are still able to be serviced by going to Eastway Elementary School. For that care that's needed. So again, we have been in contact. We're working with them right now to ensure we have all those things, working to be in place to be able to offer our families.
Thank you, Board. Thank you, Mr. Harris. So we look forward to bringing you a comprehensive plan when it comes to our early and after-school programs. Thank you.
And I just want to say thank you for that feedback. Again, there's so many systems that are in interplay, and this is a A+ team to take those into considerations and already have looked into it and coming back with a plan. So thank you.
Thank you all for this presentation. When I saw it first in our 2x2 meetings, I really enjoyed the thoroughness and how you covered the different pieces and the explanations of why we're doing this. As Matt mentioned, Mr. Sears mentioned, some of us were on the board when we switched the first phase of this. It was always the intention of doing the second phase of this. Much of it was because of, transportation efficiency, but a lot of it was about, the medical industry recommendations and how things are across a nation. We see this time schedule across the nation. My points here are, we've gotten a lot of emails or public comments about it. And I want to tell those who wrote in are still having some uneasiness about it. I hear you. I totally understand where you're coming from. It's completely different. It is a different idea. It's a change for everyone in your household, no matter if they go to school or not. I hear this because when we made our change, my school schedule, the school schedule of my child, it was just one child in school at that time, changed drastically. It was the polar ends of the switch. So Sandy Ridge was at 9:15. We started at 9:15. And when I tell you we were rushing to get him there at 9:15 would be an understatement. I mean, like we were coming in on two wheels, coming around the curve. If you know Sandy Ridge, there's a big curve. And so we were trying to get around there, and we would barely make it sometimes. And so the thought of switching to a 7:45 was unimaginable. I was on the board, and obviously I have to think about all of the students in the district. I can't necessarily make the decision that's best for just my family. So me and my wife, we disagreed. She vehemently disagreed with me to the point to where we stopped talking about it at home, but because it was causing a problem, and sometimes you have to put stuff aside. It was just that different. Fast forward to us switching, and although it was tough, it was not impossible, and it actually ended up being a little better for us with our work. I mean, just because now I'm not saying everybody's work is the same, but just getting the kids there and being able to get into the office or whatever it is. I never say I told you so or anything like that, and I hope she's not watching. But it was it ended up being a good decision. I'm saying this because there's stress looking at the change, looking forward. But I do believe you will recognize the research that we saw, the information we were receiving about the alertness of younger children earlier in the morning through early afternoon is just irreplaceable. We heard from teachers across the district saying, I finally have my children. Oh, she just texted me and said she's watching. She just she just texted me and said she was watching. I didn't think she was watching. Anyway, so we were hearing from teachers across the district in the elementary saying we finally have our children longer. right? We have their attention longer. And in the high schools, when they switched from 7:20 or 7:30 in the morning, the high school teachers were saying the students are awake by the time first period comes around because it started at 9 o'clock. So overall, we had data surrounding it. We actually had a couple of reports surrounding it, and it ended up being better. So I'm asking those parents who are concerned to, give it a try. It's going to be a little difficult, but I do think you'll see a difference in your children, their experience at school. I think, the younger children fade away in the afternoon. And when you're at school until 3 or 4, that starts to become pretty late for a younger child. So I think you'll see a different experience. And I do think it will fit into your family, just as it did my family. And it will be okay. It will be okay. I know it's stressful, but please know this is not just to make a change. There are a lot of things that go into a stark change like this. We do have your families in mind, and I do believe this is an equitable decision, a decision to help with equity, with travel and alertness and food and all of those kinds of things. But it also helps the district as we navigate the challenges with our transportation. So thank you all for listening. I appreciate it. Just know we are thinking about the families that have to work with this change. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Ms. Valladares and then Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much. I also echo gratitude for this work. This is data-driven solutions and also optimization. It's all the components of what a school district, especially a large-scale school district, has to work on. And it's not easy. I mean, when you're talking about the number of routes that we need, knowing that even at a 3-tiered system, we would still fall short were it not for, it's like layer upon layer of work. Once you get to 360 routes, and we know that we're in the 400s, it's actually what we need. But then you're figuring out how to combine routes and do that. And I just want to echo appreciation. And also, I also appreciated working with you all, when you all presented this in the 2x2s, and some of the comments from families whose children are in the buses for 2 hours. It is not an easy thing. And I get calls, it's like, especially when it comes to children with disabilities. And we have to be very mindful that we are not putting students in predicaments, that are going to exacerbate, whether there's sensory, you can imagine the number of things you have to be very mindful of. And so this is very important work that you have done. I am in full support. Also, the number of emails from parents trying to get as much information, like here comes the bus. And that was something else that I'm super excited that we have a system. And this is a comment, but it's also just when it comes to the school bus technology system that you all are going to be rolling out, just to keep in mind language access and, usability, which, we know that our families depend on that information. So I'm very grateful. I'm super excited about this. And when it comes to safety, I have seen and I have heard about safety being an issue, safety concerns, and I'm glad we're going to have seatbelts. I wish that we could say that there are no accidents in the road. I wish that we could say that our roads are 100% great and, right turn lanes are perfect, like everything is perfect. That's not the case. And so thank you for taking into account, your presentation is very comprehensive. And I just want to thank you for all that, for laying it all out from safety to using innovative tools, technology, so that our families have the information they need, and also reducing the times, because I'm still hearing from families, complaining about those long bus routes. So thank you for all this work.
Yeah, I'd also like to echo just gratitude for our planning staff. This is the second part and second phase of the work that we started, and work that we believe will have tremendous impact on student achievement and equity in this community. And I also like Mike's wife, Erin, like have concerns about early mornings. It is a huge responsibility to take on when people's alarm clocks go off in this community. And this is not a decision we take lightly. What we said when we talked about it before was it would be great if every school could start at 8 or later, right? And frankly, we're at 7:45, so we're as close as we can be to that, and still get this 3-tiered route more efficiently moving through our community and having children on the bus for shorter times, which is so, so important for their well-being as well. I think in our small group meetings, we all must have expressed, Dr. Mavinga, the concern about after-school care for elementary students and needing, I would love a community where we had no waiting list ever, that where every family that needed after-school care was able to achieve it at their school, hopefully, and that we had scholarships for families that needed. So I look forward to hopefully within 2 months, you all bringing us that plan for a robust deepening of the number of slots and the quality of the programming in community ed, because I believe we're shifting the need deep into the afternoon sector to cover for families. I also wanted to ask if we had learned from doing breakfast in the classroom, at least through the pandemic and otherwise, can we used to be picking up kids early so they got there in time to eat breakfast in the cafeteria before school, and that was why they were out earlier at their stops. Have we learned enough from nutrition to do breakfast in the classroom that would prevent us from those extra early pickups? Did I ask that well, Mr. Harris? Let me ask it a different way because I'm getting some quizzical looks. Part of why we said kids had to be picked up and arrive at school a good 20 to 30 minutes before the start of school was so they had a chance to have breakfast before school. But when we're doing breakfast in the classroom, doesn't that let us shift that back so that we hopefully won't have children out at bus stops at anything like 6:30 in the morning? Does that make any sense?
So I understand your question. So in regards to getting in and getting out, and then still having some double load capacities at some school, we will still need that cushion to be able to come in and drop the first load and be able to effectively get out and get the second load coming in. So we will still need that 30-minute window just because we need to make sure that everybody's in their seat before the bell.
Ms. Bay, I'll say this. Our school administrators, they'll make sure that students, whenever the time that they are drop off, 7:45, 8:30, that's lunch or breakfast will be available for them, and they will be able to accommodate the time to make sure every student that deserves breakfast, they'll make them available.
Yeah, that was news to me though about double routes in the morning. You're talking about double routes only when it's a really compact area, neighborhood close to the school.
Absolutely, that's exactly what we're talking about. Less than a mile from the school, you've got some areas that have 50, 60, 70, and sometimes 100 kids. Prime example, Hope Valley. Right across the street, there's more than 200 kids that we bus, and we use 5 buses. So those are the pockets of double runs that we talk about when we talk about double runs.
I appreciate it. And then the last question is when we did this shift before, we had the luxury of taking, families having notification for an entire year. And it had a lot of time to get used to it. Even Mike's wife had a little time to get used to it. We're doing this in a shorter window. Can y'all let us know kind of why that's so important? I think it largely is the staffing issues that we've encountered and the need to actually get this efficiency in place before we start the year.
Yeah, let me go ahead and respond to that question. I know we only giving our families, we're talking about August here, right? So we still have about, July for our year-round school, we still have another 6 months. to be able to plan early and after school programs to accommodate our families. Ms. Byers and the board members, as you saw, we average 120 bus drivers. And hopefully we're getting this pandemic, we're claiming this behind us, and everybody will be able to be back in person. But this shortage of bus drivers is not a problem that we will resolving tomorrow, even though the pandemic it will be going away. So we really want to be proficient. We really want to be proactive. That's what we hope. And in the next 5 or 6 months, that should be enough time to give our family heads up and to be implemented next academic year.
Thank you. And do you all have plans for over the summer to actually, I know you're working on recruiting folks all the time, but is the district sponsoring commercial licenses for folks and recruiting in that way? Can you speak to that if you have thoughts on it?
Yes, the district, we are currently offering those incentives to employees that are coming on. We actually work every single day recruiting bus drivers, bus monitors. We actually are working with Dr. Lassane and her team. We have already scheduled upcoming job fairs in place at different places to be able to help recruit employees for our department.
In addition to that, we're also looking at our school nutrition, our part-time employees to be able to bring them in as a full-time if they can have a dual employment. So we're looking at every venue as possible to get us to a better place where we can have 170 average a day instead of 120.
Mr. Raven.
I want to thank you all again for this. I always like to look at things through my own personal lens and kind of put things in context. I remember when I was at Oak Grove Elementary School, and we're talking about back in like 86, 87. I remember even back then, and this is Durham County schools. They had 2 bus loads in the morning. And I guess I grew up in Greenwood, so I wasn't too far away from it. So I used to always think to myself, like, I thought I got there early. So who were these other kids that were having to get here earlier because they had another second set of buses? And this is back in the days. So you all have been able to do an amazing job. And I like how you all are pivoting, even though we've been hit with a pandemic. You're using this opportunity to make improvements on while we're still moving forward. And even when we're looking at the designations of where we're actually busing kids from, back in, I guess it was like 89, 1990, and I was in 4th or 5th grade. In my one neighborhood, we had buses from Oak Grove, Bethesda, and Merritt Moore all coming to that one neighborhood. This is before magnet schools, right? And I don't know how the jurisdictions were done at that time, but it seemed a lot to me when I had friends that were on my same street that went to a different elementary school. So and kids do remember this. You know, we do have to remember that if I'm able to remember this, there are kids right now that are going through these struggles themselves. So this is something that will stick with them. So I'm glad we're making these adjustments and making these pivots, as I said. And I'll even talk from Mr. Lee. I'll follow Mr. Lee's lead and just talk from personal experience. This 7:30, 7:45 start times for elementary school, it's a little early. You know, like myself personally this morning, my daughter was my alarm clock. At 6 o'clock, she was right there beside me. She woke me up before my alarm clock even went off. That's how I had to go upstairs and wake my kids up for school because they go to Oak Grove. And I don't know about this new generation. I felt like I made my own pancakes. You know, I got myself dressed in the morning. I have to coach still through all of this. So it's a little bit different for some parents nowadays. But you adjust, you know. We have WITT, which is a preschool, and right when the pandemic began, my youngest was there and my oldest was at Oak Grove. So I never got to drop the oldest off to school that entire school year. So a lot of families do have to be able to get this information early so they can figure out how they're going to make these adjustments with work and everything else. So I'm glad that we're able to bring this to them so early. And for the parents that are just hearing this and looking at this and thinking to themselves, how are we going to do this? How are these times changing the way they are? It doesn't feel fair to me. If you were one of these parents that are taking your kid to school every morning, not to say that you're privileged economically, but you have been privileged to be able to make sure that you're able to do that for your child. We have a situation in which so many of our children don't have that ability to get to school with somebody dropping them off. That bus is their only way to get to school, to get that breakfast on time before the school starts. I know every day when I take my kids to school, even if I'm a little late, even if it's 7:50, the staff is still there making sure the kids have access to a breakfast before they get to class. So it's appreciative. I know a lot of people may object, and we want to acknowledge that we do hear that. We do hear the objections, and we acknowledge it. We want to make sure you all know that your voices are heard. But at some point, we have to try to make adjustments to improve services for everyone as best we can. And this is one of these things that you all have done. So I'm appreciative for that. So thank you.
Ms. Valladares?
Just really quickly, so this is going to be implemented in 2023, 2022-2023 school year. I really have a lot of gratitude for the troubleshooting that we're doing, because I know that while we wait for this wonderful upgrade of a plan to be in effect, there are families that reach out, and I just want to thank you both, because I know that, those emails come in, send them to you, and you're all figuring out solutions even as you're troubleshooting and trying to figure out things. So I just also have a lot of gratitude because, there are parents who are watching this board meeting, and just a lot of appreciation for even attention to, those situations that come, because as we wait, 2022, 2023 is going to be better, and we know it. But in the meantime, thank you for all you do. I think our administrators are working so hard, and as our community can see, it's pretty evident. One more thing I just wanted to say is just, and I mentioned this to you all when I met, there's this sense that some schools have buses assigned to them, and that they have the benefit of a bus. The buses belong to DPS. They're all of the schools. Like there isn't a school that has a bus that owns a bus. So I just wanted to also name that, because those are some of the concerns that families have. And I just wanted to, I mentioned it to you all that time, that I'm hearing like that school has a bus, and that bus is having to come all the way over here. But the buses, DPS buses, serve all our schools, and there isn't a school that has prioritization or any type of priority, or has an assigned bus that is always their bus. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Thank you, Ms. Valladares. Many of the things that I was going to say have already been said, so I appreciate you all for this presentation. I know that this will be a shift for families, but the idea that more students are getting to school on time, we can shorten rides for some of our most vulnerable students. Like, these are all pluses for our community. So I'm just grateful for the work that you all did to put this on. It is up for action this evening.
Move approval.
Second.
Been moved by Mr. Sears, seconded by Mr. Raven. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. Thank you all. The next item on our agenda is the budget update for 2022-2023.
Good evening, Chair Umstead, board members, Dr. Mabinga. We're in the throes of budget season. Numbers are being thrown around all over the place, all over the country. And so tonight, we're really starting this process to get us to the point where we're going to make our budget request next month to you all. Superintendent's budget proposal will come out. So tonight, Mr. Modesto is going to present to you where we are. We'll be talking about enrollment, the projections, as well as our local budget request and teacher supplements, and where we go from here. So I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Modesto to bring you through the slides.
All right, good evening, board members. I see about half of the academic services team out there, so I'll try to not take too long. But just wanted to provide you all with an update of where we are in the budget development process for the 22-23 academic year. And based on the way that state and federal funding works, enrollment really drives the bulk of a school budget. And so that enrollment projection is a critical piece for us on a financial side as well as on a school planning side. And that's a fantastic collaborative team that we have with school planning, operational services, and several of the specialized academic services programs. We've seen both statewide and in Durham Public Schools approximately a 4% decline in enrollment in the current academic year compared to that pre-COVID 2019-20 levels. This is something that based on our modeling, we expect to continue in the near term. Some of our other peer districts in their planning processes, they've sort of seen the same thing. So we expect to stay about 4% below our high watermark of 2019-20 enrollment for the 22-23 academic year. Because the funding is based on the number of students that we have to take that into account from a state and federal level and be somewhat conservative. It is possible that if certain opt-out decisions that were made either from people who previously were attending DPS or would have otherwise attended, if those decisions reverse in this next year to a greater extent than we've seen statewide and nationwide, that we could be undershooting, but we have to be somewhat conservative from a financial planning basis. But this is this sort of 4% decline is we're seeing that in some of our peer districts such as Wake County as well. And just as a reminder, we have no expectation. We've been given guidance from DPI, and we haven't seen anything from the state of any expectation of a hold harmless provision. We were held harmless to our planning allotment this year, which was significantly less than 2019-20, but we've been told, expect none of no hold harmless in 22-23. So we have to keep that in mind. And Ms. Smith, if you could jump to the next slide. So what does this mean for us in terms of budget planning? We are looking at about 1,000 students less than, in terms of DPS and charters combined, less than our 2019-20 peak. And that's going to produce some cost savings when we look at our allotments and all the various categories for each school. However, when you lose enrollment, we're losing significant state funds, and there are a lot of fixed costs at each site that do not decrease if you have a drop of 20 or 15 or 10 or even 30 students, that you don't have a fraction of a treasurer or a bookkeeper or a school assistant principal, a media coordinator, a professional school counselor, et cetera. There's fixed costs like this, as well as more tangible fixed costs, utilities, custodial services, all these kinds of things at our schools. So when we lose enrollment, we lose a significant chunk of state dollars. We still have to absorb all those fixed costs, and we have to use more local funds to do that. So that's one piece that we're really trying to balance here when we're looking at our anticipated declines in our various state funding. So if you could jump to the next slide, please. So there are a couple other things that are more recent as well that we're trying to grapple with. So for example, with HB 90, we have to average 18 students in kindergarten, 16 students in first grade, and 17 students in second and third grade district-wide. And if any of those class sizes exceed 3 over the average, so 21 in kindergarten, 19 in first grade, and 20 in second and third grade, we have to hire an additional teacher. We don't get any additional funds for this. So if you had 63 students, let's say in one kindergarten, and then you have a 64th student, now that comes, say, in the third month, you don't get any additional state money, but you have to have a 4th kindergarten teacher. And so there's additional kind of costs built in that we're trying to account for with that. Another headwind that we're facing is a loss in our state at-risk funding, which is based on the county poverty levels rather than the school system poverty levels. And so Durham County as a whole has had decreasing poverty levels. We have not seen a commensurate decrease in our DPS student poverty levels. However, we've been losing 2 years in a row now, about 860,000. We anticipate that to increase slightly in annual at-risk state funds that we receive. So in addition to having to offset the local fixed costs, we're seeing these headwinds from HB 90 and our state at-risk funding. Another headwind the districts have been facing previously before the Great Recession, school districts could use state funds to pay for substitutes for state-funded teachers. We've lost that flexibility, hoping that it would eventually come back. We have no anticipation of that coming back. And as we're looking at our absence rates and our substitute costs on a monthly basis, really have to plan to make sure we have an adequate buffer of local funds for that. And so with all of those factors combined, we're not going to be having a decrease in our local funding requests based on this one-time pandemic induced and most likely short-term enrollment decline because of the offsetting fixed costs and other adverse state impact that we're going to have to absorb locally. So a bit long-winded, but there's a lot that goes into whether or not we're able to make cuts based on the enrollment from year to year. Next slide, please. So some reallocations we wanted to just lift up. So in addition to all of our base state funding formulas and all of the other kind of algorithmic components of building a budget, we look at some of our discretionary resource allocation contracts. We have other things that we could either continue or reallocate to more pressing priorities. We were able to find about $600,000 in expiring contracts and other areas that we could reallocate to some of those top priorities that have been lifted up through us, through principals and other of our outreach groups. So one of them is our coaching stipends that Mr. Hackney and others have championed for some time that hasn't increased in about 2 decades. And so we're looking at putting in an additional $350,000 for additional middle and high school coaching stipends, as well as about $20,000 to make sure that we can support the cost of helmet refurbishing, given that we've had lower gate receipts, which have been helping our athletic departments in prior years fund things like this, but with those lower receipts, we're looking to make sure we can support them. We also have expanded programming for the Office of Equity Affairs, limited, not limited just to We Are Kane's programming expansion, but that's one of their main initiatives, going from 15 to 60 programs in our schools, 30 programs with Kings and Queens. So that's an additional $90,000 that we're going to be allocating to the Office of Equity Affairs. And then in warehouse operations, with the additional requirements and support they've been doing for our schools during the pandemic, we're going to be allocating $113,000 to make sure that they have some additional support for those program requirements. And this is something that we look at on an ongoing basis, not just as we're planning the upcoming fiscal year, but, within the fiscal year of kind of month to month, our variance between what was planned and what's actually expended in all of the areas to see, how can we strategically pivot to make sure that we're supporting our schools and our communities, as needs occur. So this is something we do as we plan for each upcoming fiscal year, and we try to be nimble during the fiscal year to pivot as needed and bringing those changes in budget amendments and budget updates. Next slide, please. So bringing back to you the slide we discussed, I believe, in January, laying out the current components of our budget request. We have our 2.5% anticipated increase for classified and certified staff. We have the support to make recurring funds, the increase in bus driver pay that we implemented in October to make sure we could have our schools operating in person with sufficient bus drivers. We have our retirement and health insurance costs, which continue to outpace, even current inflation. Our retirement and health insurance costs are still outpacing even current 40-year record inflation. Our utilities, property and liability insurance, workers' compensation, and contracts, we really see those, especially on the insurance and workers' compensation, increasing at record rates right now. The teacher salary supplement we've discussed somewhat at length, of really continuing to move forward and trying to really be at the top in the state with a new starting supplement of $6,500 per month. More than $2,000 of an increase from when the current Dr. Mubenga's administration began. That's a $4 million line item. For Lions Farm, we have to make sure that we are putting in the appropriate costs for the annual operations of a new facility, including our custodians, our front office staff, and an assistant principal. When we're looking at information technology, this is really a down payment. And we'll talk about this, in the coming year or two as we're looking at the expiration of the ESSER funds. But being a one-to-one district, having the annual technology device refresh, personnel, there are a lot of costs to make sure that we're implementing that with fidelity. So this is a gradual phase in of 7 of our IT workstation technicians that we're currently using ESSER funds for, knowing that when the ESSER funds expire, we're going to have, significant costs. We're trying to phase this in gradually rather than all at once. And as well, just being cognizant that our request is for all of our specific items. The charter schools aren't obligated to use any additional funds that we receive from the county for those specific items, but they must receive their prorated share of any additional county funds. So we have to build that into our request. So running numbers in a bit more detail on looking at the increase in the minimum wage with the anticipated offset of the state moving to a $15 per hour minimum, we're looking now instead of about $4 million of about $3.7 million that it would cost for us to have a minimum wage of $17 per hour rather than $15.76. We were hoping it would have been more, but the offset that we received this year for going from about $11.67 to $13 per hour was only to lift anyone who made less than $13 to have them be exactly $13. So, if you were at 13 and you had been there on step 15, you weren't getting any pay increase. And when we implemented our last compensation adjustments of December 2019, we were quite limited in the amount of funding available. It was only about $1.5 million. And so there was quite a bit of compression. And then when we moved to the $15 an hour minimum wage, we actually had more compression in there because, again, we were somewhat limited in funds. So we were looking at if we move to $17 an hour, making sure that we don't exacerbate any wage compression and provide $1.25 basically across the board. So that would be $3.7 million. That's not part of the $12.9 million that you see there. And just wanted to lift up, we discussed this a bit in our joint meeting with the Board of County Commissioners, that we're using our ESSER funds this year and next year to provide 100 school-based support positions to address learning loss, social emotional needs, professional school counselors, ESL and EC teachers. We're utilizing those funds to address some of the urgent needs that we have in our schools. And while those funds are available to us, we haven't included any additional recurring funding for those support positions in our local budget for the 22-23 academic year. Jump to the next slide. So again, just showing on this slide the progress that's been made since the 2016-17 academic year in the teacher salary supplements. Wake County has been at the top of the state for a long time. So they're in kind of the orange and the red. You don't see much of a spread between them from 2016-17 to current because they were already up there. We've been steadily marching towards that state leading benchmark, and the proposal of starting at $6,500 per month for an A0 teacher would put us above their current salary schedule. Next slide, please. So just another kind of historical look of what has been requested and what has been approved from Durham County Commissioners in our budget in the past 10 years. It's not on the slide, so I'll just add a footnote here that I want to lift up, that the county commissioners did increase our annual capital outlays from 1.37 million to 3.37 million in the prior year, and then now 6 million in the current year. So that was, another big lift from Durham County Commissioners. But so aside from that lift, the $8 million that was for our annual recurring appropriations for our operating expenses was the most that we received. When you combined it with the annual capital outlays, it was $11 million, which again is the highest we've received by far. And so the things that are driving these very large requests that we're seeing in the blue bars in the most recent years, so some of them are our aggressive move on teacher salary supplements. We're also seeing health insurance and retirement costs that are increasing well above even a 7% annualized inflation rate that we've had in the past 6 months or so. We're seeing with our increased minimum wage putting significant pressure on us, as well as the artificial caps on our English learners and our ESL students. And, in some counties where you have 80 or 90% of the students in that district attending public schools, you don't see them exceeding those caps quite as much. But, a district like Durham, where almost 1 out of 3 school-age children aren't attending DPS. They're disproportionately not English language learners or students with IEPs. And so the ongoing pressure of that on our budget is to a large extent helping driving the requests in the past 3 years. And then also moving initially to a 3-to-1 district prior to the pandemic into a 1-to-1 district. We have those very significant IT costs. Not only have those demands been increasing, but at the same time, because the funding for school technology is actually from fines and forfeitures, and they've been kind of changing or reallocating the fines and forfeitures. Some of that now is going to be used for a state enterprise resource planning refresh for all of the districts, which is a good thing, but we also need information technology support. So while our requirements in that area have been increasing, our state support for that is decreasing, such that I think it's less than $400,000 a year currently, which doesn't cover even the cost of our staff devices. So these are some of the factors that have been driving these rather large requests that we've been making to the Durham County Commissioners over the past 3 or 4 years. Next slide, please. So just looking at the timeline here, it's late February. We're working with district leadership to finalize our requests. Working with the budget update today to really get some guidance from you all to see, what else or what we can do in March so that we're at a good place from board and superintendent standpoint. We're going to be providing enrollment projections to our principals later this month. In March, we're going to be working with them and starting the enrollment planning allotment process. We'll have our budget presentation in the regular board meeting and a hearing in March. April, we're going to have any revisions if necessary to the superintendent's proposed budget that we'll bring to you in March. And we'll be having the bulk of the allotment meetings with principals. And then we have a lot of important dates in May in terms of May 9th is when the county is going to present the county manager's proposed budget. Hearings will be the 17th of May through 8th of June. On May 23rd is going to be a public hearing for the county for their budget. And then June 13th is when they are scheduled to adopt their budget ordinance for the 22-23 academic year. And in June, we will pass a continuing resolution while we are awaiting the state budget so that we can finalize our budget resolution for 22-23. But with that, we're really just looking for your feedback this evening, just for discussion to see what you're looking for our budget that we'll bring to you in March.
Thank you, Mr. Modestu and Mr. Lister. We'll start with you, Ms. Byer.
Thank you so much. I want to acknowledge the excellent work of our finance and budget staff and the awards that we celebrated you all for last month and continue to. I really appreciate the development of this budget. I also want to acknowledge that we had a great joint meeting with the county commissioners. It was the most visionary and heartfelt kind of collaborative meeting that we've had in a long time. And I felt we heard loud and clear a commitment from the county budget director to fully fund the DPS bond within 10 years. And that's a significant starting place for these conversations and so critical. I appreciate, Alex, you reminding us that the $6 million is in there for ongoing capital needs and the need for that to continue to recur. I think we need to make sure we articulate that in this ongoing budget ask to them. And I wonder about some of the qualitative things that are in our teachers' petitions. So we acknowledged previously when we did changes to bus drivers that this labor market has shifted around us. I'd be very interested in continuing to have the conversation about what it would take to move everyone to a starting pay of $17 an hour rather than $15.76. I'd be interested in us looking to increase sub pay because I think we're getting behind in that area around some other districts have gotten savvy and are outbidding us in that. So I think we still need to look at that. I think if we need more HR folks to process volunteers through and subs through, then we need to kind of support any additional help that we need in those areas. And I hope that we can get the affordable housing project for teachers and staff back on the conversation with our county leadership. Many of the speakers spoke about gentrification in the community and how expensive it is continuing to be for our employees to live here. And we know that is true. And that doesn't help us not to push to be the highest teacher supplement area in the state. I think we obviously have to do that and do that aggressively. But I'm worried that what we budgeted in that area might not be enough as the other counties around us adjust. I think we talked about it previously, and I wanted y'all to make sure that we were above Chapel Hill and Orange as well. And I'd love to see those numbers as we plan going forward. But those are some of my dreams. I guess I didn't ask or hear articulated all the way about the hotspots and broadband supports we're offering to students and whether those are covered in this budget in an ongoing way, or if we're planning to use ESSER funding for that, or how y'all are thinking about that. I think that connectivity at home for so many of our students is going to continue to be an issue. So we want to make sure we can support that. Yeah.
So just real quick for the hotspots and broadband, we're currently using our ESSER funds to support those for Ignite, and then for other students and families as they need it. And we have money built in for 22-23 for that as well, but not local funds. I'll make sure to include Orange and Chapel Hill. Dr. Lasang could probably speak more to this. There are some, I believe, teachers that are still grandfathered in to a certain program that Chapel Hill Carborough had beyond 20 years of experience. Our current and proposed supplements are slightly ahead of them, of Chapel Hill, and will put us further ahead, except for some veteran teachers at Chapel Hill that were there before they had switched to a new model. But we'll, and so they actually don't have any of that information on their website anymore because it's not for new teachers. But we'll make sure to have that included on the in the March presentation.
Ms. Valladares?
Thank you so much. We always appreciate the level of detail and also, just giving us the reality in a very direct, but also letting us know what's in our power as board members, what is in our power as local leaders. And I'm not talking about just the board, but also the county, the importance of collaborations. I do have just one thing that was mentioned, and this goes back to the discussions that we've had about the need for counselors. I noticed that because of this, the shortage, the funds that are lower from the state, and that is a bad condition when the demand is so high for mental health. We need more counselors, and so we're having to do it at the local level, right? And so I do notice that if we continue to decrease our enrollment levels, we're not going to have enough funds, to continue with that unless we secure local monies. But something that was mentioned last time was the ratio of 1 to 250 students. And that was a figure that was thrown out. And I did get some emails just asking some questions about that figure and saying that there are some schools that have, say a school has 800 children. A lot of the children being children who you described, have are among our most vulnerable students. That 1 in 400 ratio, at least in one school, if it's 800 students, there's only 2 counselors. And so some of our schools don't match that 1 to 250 ratio. And I'm just wondering, anything that you all can tell us about as we're dealing with this pandemic, as we're dealing with the conditions and the reductions of funding coming from the state. What are some ways that we can continue to have this conversation, clarify maybe the 1 to 250 ratio and ensuring that we can figure out a plan so that we can meet that ratio if we're not meeting it in some schools?
Yeah, so that's an excellent point. I'll defer a bit to Dr. Hardy on this, but one of the things that we're looking at, with the ESSER funds, some schools that have needed either a mental health specialist or a professional school counselor, that Dr. Hardy, principal supervisors, they've been looking at that with the ESSER funds. We're also looking at some of the vacancies that we've had, ESSER positions that haven't been filled, and how we could best utilize those resources during the life of those grants. And so, in positions like that, or where a school might not be able to make a conversion to have an additional professional school counselor, or where the numbers don't really work exactly in the favor, we can look at reallocating some of our ESSER funds to meet the unique needs of each school, including in that capacity.
Thank you so much.
Let me just add one more, or couple more elements. When it comes to school counselors, those are reoccurring expenses that ESSER funds will be expiring in the next 2 years. And I would like to borrow the phrase that Mr. Lesueur like to use a lot. It's most of these items are really state responsibilities. Unless our board really want us to be aggressive enough and to bring you a ratio of 250 when it comes to counselors and take these requests to our county commissioners. I will say this, I'll work for your pleasure. You tell me what to do, we'll bring you those numbers. And if you feel that this is what the county can do, we'll be able to crack those numbers and bring them to you. And Mr. Lesueur will say better, it's the state responsibility.
Yeah, no, I should have brought that up. And actually, just to reiterate that, we just submitted on the 18th of February a very large survey of our instructional support personnel to the state, as that's a key thing that they are looking at. It was part of the 2021 Appropriations Act, was prior to any action to do an extensive survey on that. When they did the $15 an hour, they surveyed all the districts, and they looked at what we had already done, taking that into account before they added any additional money for districts to get to $15 an hour. So sometimes districts are perhaps penalized by taking the local initiative, and then the state may not come through with the additional funds to support what is, per our Constitution, a state requirement.
I just had a follow-up and just also just being realistic. I mean, as real as, these numbers are, as real as the conditions are in this pandemic, the needs for mental health supports are high. I mean, we hear from teachers, we hear from students about fatigue, about stress, about the number of, the exacerbation of social determinants of health, and especially as it relates to mental health. We have a unique opportunity to serve students who may not have insurance. And that's where I'm, just very, I mean, this is something that I know we've talked about. I know everybody here cares about all our students, but we have to understand the factors that create barriers for certain students to access supports outside of our school district. So as much as we can, if we can at least have more counselors, more mental health support specialists, and especially in those schools that, are stating the need that they don't have, they're not even close to that ratio. If we can prioritize, figure out a way to get the support at the local level. I mean, this is a real need. And if we need more numbers to back it up, we can definitely do more of that assessment, more of that analysis. But based on what we're seeing and based on what we're hearing, we're seeing it everywhere. Stress levels are up. It's not a surprise, that we've been doing 2 years plus of a pandemic, and also dealing with housing crisis, dealing with food insecurity that is happening. A lot of our students, a lot of our schools are Title I schools as well, and we have growing needs. So I do appreciate just figuring out a how, even when we have barriers, even when the state is not doing their due obligation, to provide for students' needs. Thank you.
Mr. Raven.
First, I want to say again, thank you. Budgeting is not a simple task. I know firsthand that experience, and I don't even have to manage 5% of what you all do on a normal day-to-day basis. So I think the work that you all do really is amazing. The one thing I also want to do is follow up on what Ms. Byer mentioned earlier about the county commissioners supporting what we've asked for. I don't know how many of our viewers at home were watching what the county stated, but let's thank the county commissioners, the interim county manager, and their budget team for essentially saying that they're willing to support up to, or it's a little bit over $800 million in our long-term capital needs, which means the improvement or bringing up to par some of our buildings, in addition to the replacement of buildings. And I want to kind of jump on something that Vice Chair Jacobs said, and just to kind of put a bug in all of our ears on just other ideas to think about. We are sitting in a real estate hotspot, and it's gonna be going up in value for years and years and years. And a lot of times with governments across the gamut, they don't really have a way to capitalize off of that. And if we are still looking at, I know it hasn't been voted on completely, but if we are still looking at moving DSA to a new site, and we're thinking about what can we do with the current DSA site, it would be amazing to see our Durham School of Technology housed on that site. And it would be amazing with the county's blessing for us to be able to also build some sort of commercial hybrid business center directly beside it on that same school platform, and try to lure a company like Apple into it, right? Because in a situation like that, we're being able to leverage the capital that the county is willing to provide to us, use it to build our school, but also use it to facilitate and house a corporate entity that will be able to provide us long-term revenue through leasing option. So I just want to kind of drop that now, so that's something that we could think about for long-term revenue increases that will go up year after year. In addition to that, one of the things I think we also need to think about is, I support increasing the wage for Durham Public School staff over $17 an hour. And I think you have to, because the market for jobs across the board is increasing. People always kind of fumble over like what that dollar should be. But when you're driving by and you're seeing signs at places, and this is, and understand me, this is no disrespect to anybody, any jobs, but when I went to Chick-fil-A in Durham on Roxborough Road, which is one of the best Chick-fil-A's in the country, I think everybody could agree with that. But they had starting salaries at the time that was like $16 an hour. And I think I took a picture of it and sent it, because I was like, wow, like the demand and the supply is dictating what these salaries need to be. So we need to figure out a way to continue to communicate this to our county. And I know we're asking a lot, and we're gonna probably have to continue to ask a lot, but we're not asking it for us. We're asking it for our kids in the school and the staff that supports them. So we have to ask for it. But the one thing that we also need to think about is, in our requests last year, we talked about how important nurses and social workers were. And we asked for them to be able to support that in a phased-in approach. And I don't want us to lose sight of that too much. Right now, with our nurses in that situation, spoke with Dr. Mubanga, and he confirmed that it's difficult to get nurses. So us asking for more nurses, and we still can't even fill those current positions, that I understand completely. But I do know, based on what was provided to us, there's still a need of roughly 32 social workers is still needed. So any request that we ask, even if we can only ask for 2, I think that we still need to not lose track of that, and just kind of not let that just drop off as if it's not important, because it is. But other than that, everything else I definitely support, and I think it's well done. So thank you all.
I just wanted to chime in on your comment in regards to wanting to continue to raise the salaries of Durham Public Schools individuals. I applaud that. But let's remember that our funding from the state is driven based on enrollment. We get more funding, we get more ability to support the state positions. Anytime we have a salary increase, the state doesn't give us as much money, we're going to have to pick it up locally. And we have to be conscientious about that as we continue down the road. I want you to all remember that anything we do that is above and beyond the state is going to affect us locally even more.
And I definitely understand that. And I don't want to counter that this is not my intention. One thing I was also thinking about is we're plagued with a situation in which we're losing staff because they're burnt out, because we don't have enough support. And in turn, we're losing families and parents because they feel that we're not able to support our classes because we don't have enough staff. So the one thing that we end up having is a finite amount of students that will start to drop, but our staff is dropping quicker. So is there a way that we can at least have, and I'm not asking this for myself, but just having this conversation of looking at what are our vacancy levels looking like? And what is the potential in a year, only in the current fiscal year, cost savings that comes from not paying that staff, right? And is there some way that we can at least have not quite what I would consider overtime, but coverage time to essentially be able to reallocate some of these savings to our staff that's here, just to convince them to not leave? Because it's like the dog chasing his tail. I don't know which one is driving this, but we have to be a little bit more creative and think of other options that in the short term can help address or limit the amount of staffing losses that we're facing.
Right, let me start off with that question. So traditionally, we have a lab salary around $2 million every year. As you can see, there were some departmental needs that represented almost $500,000. When we said we're going to shift around funding, we always rely on those lab salaries. And throughout the year, there are going to be some unforeseen needs as well, positions as well, as we did it last year with our school counselors at the high school, comprehensive high school. We're able to increase them to 12 months. So we have to rely on our lab salaries to address those needs that occurred, to be able to address the learning of our students. But I'll say this to our board. I just want to be clear. My strategy was pretty much, when we're looking at certified versus classified, it's pretty much half-half. That's the reason why we brought to you the increase for our certified employees. Then we have another half. And I really wanted the other half, not just to look at the folks that are making 15 or lower than that, comprehensively with central office as well, because we're losing them. And we're gonna go to closed session. You're gonna see that we lost a couple of directors, and we're losing them as well because other districts are very competitive with us. I really wanted us to bring a comprehensive plan with our salary study. But if there is a pressing need that we feel like we have to get to $17 this year, my finance team, they have what it's gonna cost. And we can bring it up, and I just wanna know what's the pleasure of the board so we can move forward with that. We've done our due diligence. We know how much it's gonna cost for $70 an hour. Paul, Mr. LaSure or Ms. Modesto, they have the number, they can bring it up, and then we'll see what the pleasure of the board, and we'll be able to move forward. So I'm ready to see what's the pleasure of the board so that we'll be able to address those needs as we're moving forward.
I understand that it's a state responsibility. I think we all do. I think we've all lived Leandro. I would also say that because we cast that vision, school employees and community college employees around the state finally have $15 an hour in districts around the state. So I think it's Durham's responsibility to cast that vision, especially as we see this labor market like no other around us. Because we're not going to be able to hold folks with just the goodwill in their hearts, right? I mean, gas has gone up, inflation is rising. We're frankly might be, looking at tremendous changes economically because of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. So and I think we don't have the conversation if we don't ask and have it locally. I'm giving up hope for the state to come together and cough up their responsibility for these children. And we saw it with what they did deliberately to progressive districts by trying to give money to every county but Durham, Buncombe, Wake, Meck, what was the other one? I mean, yeah, just deliberately vile behavior on the behalf of leadership in the General Assembly. So I don't know where else we're going to get it, but I don't think our children can wait. So I hope that we can have that vision casting. Thank y'all.
Any other discussion, board members? Thank you all for bringing this budget again. Dr. Marvin, can you, and I don't know if this might be Dr. Lassane, talk a little bit about the timeline for the study. I know that it's important for us to increase the wages for some of our staff members. So what is the timeline are we looking at for doing this study?
Dr. Lassane will be bringing a proposal to you next month. And if we're gonna take our time to do it really well, comparing ourselves with other districts and other industries as well, we should have a plan by the end of this year, but the implementation is going to be 23, 24.
Thank you. That's something for us to keep in mind. I understand so many different changes that are happening. And so it's something for us to continue to consider as we think about this budget. Is there any other discussion? Right. The next item on our agenda is academic services. Dr. Hardy, thank you all.
Thank you, Chair Umstead, board members, and Dr. Mbenga. We do have several staff that are in various parts of the building, and so I will ask them to make their way to the boardroom, and I'll go ahead and get started. If we can pull up the presentation, and if you'll go to the next slide. Tonight, we are going to have the opportunity to present an update regarding Strategic Plan Priority 1. In addition to our traditional strategic plan update, we're also going to have 2 departmental updates. So at the end of this presentation, we will also have an update on our English Learners Department as well as our Exceptional Children's Department. Tonight, we'll include a data review of the past school year and our work through the current school year, 2021-22. Our annual benchmarks were created from a thorough data review and provide a trajectory of improvement for growth and proficiency. We will discuss the priority team members and spend time reviewing each goal and the plan for our implemented strategies. You'll go forward 2 slides, please. I would like to first begin by recognizing our priority lead member who has been helping us with this work, Dr. Stacy Stewart, Assistant Superintendent for School Transformation. Our goal team leads are also here, and they are entering the building. So as our goal team leads, if you could please stand. They include Dr. Chris Catalano, Executive Director for K-12 Curriculum and Instruction, Ashley Stevens, Director of School Innovation, Dr. Laverne Maddox Perry, Senior Executive Director for Student Support Services, Dr. Kelvin Bullock, Executive Director for Equity Affairs, Dr. Julie Pack, Executive Director for Career and Technical Education and Magnet Programs, Ms. Joy Malone, Executive Director for Information Technology. You also will see on the slide our goal team members. In addition to those that are listed on the slide, we have intentionally collaborated and gathered information from our teachers, our counselors, our graduation work groups, social workers, and teaching and learning-based coaches. We want to make sure that we're using that feedback as we work toward the implementation of our strategies. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, we're going to talk about our year 3 progress. And before we go through the data presented here, I want us to just take a moment to reflect on the historical year that 2020-21 presented us with. We ended the 2019-2020 year surviving the beginning of a global pandemic without the resources or infrastructure needed to support remote or virtual learning. Yet, with the unanimous support of this board, our superintendent, and our community, in the blink of an eye, we pivoted to a 1-to-1 district. Our skilled leaders, teachers, support staff, school leadership, and district staff turned our traditional brick and mortar schools into virtual learning communities. Throughout all of this, a very strong pandemic persisted. Next, let's talk about our goals. The first 2023 goal is that at least 90% of our schools will meet and exceed standards. While we met it the first year, that information has not yet been determined due to the past 2 years and the impact of COVID-19. The next 2023 goal is that at least 60% of our students will achieve grade level proficiency. Our benchmark for the 21 school year was 54%. Based on the students that were captured at the end of our remote year, we were at 33%. In our presentation, we will look at this number more closely and discuss the strategies we have implemented to address the impacts of COVID-19 and accelerate student achievement for our youngsters. Our next 2023 goal is the DPS 4-year graduation rate would be 90%. We have seen consistent increase since the plan's implementation and a significant increase from 83.5% to 87% in the 2021 year. Our last priority 2023 goal is that 100% of our teachers, leaders, and staff will utilize technology for accelerating and personalizing student learning. Our benchmark was 60% and we surpassed it with 79%. Next slide, please. With the circumstances given in the 2020-21 school year, we are able to find many successes in our work towards our strategic plan goals. We will now take a look at the progression we have made as we continue through our 4th year of our 2023 strategic plan. It's my pleasure to turn it over and welcome our newest member of our team, Dr. Chris Catalano, Executive Director of K-12 Curriculum Instruction, to take us through Goal 1A and 1B.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Whew, that was loud. Good evening, Dr. Mabinga, members of the board. It is a pleasure to be here with you this evening and share some updates on goals 1A and 1B of the strategic plan. So I have spent the bulk of my first 2 months in DPS on a listening and learning journey, getting to know the people and the processes and the performance that is Durham Public Schools. And I can honestly say that this strategic planning process is really exciting and powerful work. Goals 1A and 1B both address increasing student achievement. The 5 strategies identified for Goal 1A aim to increase the percent of schools that meet or exceed growth as measured by the state accountability model. We know that if we support leaders and teachers in engaging students in quality learning experiences, student achievement is going to increase. The 5 strategies outlined in Goal 1A do just that, and they include the implementation of a school-based coaching model, equal access to rich standards-based curriculum resources, differentiated and robust professional learning opportunities, equitable access to relevant career pathways, and support and infrastructure to engage all students in meaningful blended learning opportunities. Next slide, please. So the first 2 goals of the strategic plan focus on academic achievement and measure student growth and proficiency. As presented in previous updates to the board, in this slide, we have outlined the significant overlap between the 2 goals. The success of these goals is really interconnected. The 3 large areas of focus for goals 1A and B include providing instructional coaching and support directly to classroom teachers, providing high-quality instructional resources aligned with standards-based curriculum that are rigorous, engaging, and culturally relevant for all grade levels, and providing differentiated professional learning for all staff. Next slide. So 4.5 years ago, when determining our benchmark scores to improve student academic achievement, these are the goals that we set for monitoring growth targets, as Dr. Hardy shared earlier. As you can see, in year 1, 2018-19, we met the mark. Due to the pandemic, growth data is not available for 2019-20 or 2020-21. Our goal this year is 87%, which would mean that 45 of our 52 schools need to meet or exceed growth. Next slide, please. So the 4 strategies identified for Goal B are intended to support an increase in student proficiency as measured by the end of grade and end of course assessments. These strategies align closely with those in Goal 1A and include implementation of a standards-based core curriculum with equal access to high-quality print and electronic resources, the development of a data dashboard to personalize learning experiences for all students, embedding processes for monitoring the fidelity of core resource implementation into the instructional coaching model, and implementation of a standard treatment protocol to tier academic supports for students. Next slide. So at the onset of the strategic plan, these goals were set for student proficiency. This slide has a lot on it. As with Goal 1A, in year 1, 2018-19, we met the mark. Due to the pandemic, data is not available for the 2019-20 school year. However, we do know that of those that tested last year, 33.8% of the students were proficient. Our mid-year projection, based on benchmark data, projects that 38.7% of our students are on track to be proficient. You will see the top trajectory line shows the goal proficiency targets pre-COVID. The dotted line shows our trajectory with last year as a baseline using the same rate of increase. The green line shows what our new targets need to be in order to achieve our goal of 60% proficient. Next slide. So what I know after spending so much of my first days listening and learning to a lot of our really incredible instructional leaders in Durham Public Schools is that the foundation is in place to accomplish each of the Goal 1A and 1B strategies. This academic year, our focus has been on solidifying and in some cases reaffirming the strategies we put forth in the plan for Goals 1A and 1B. This chart details what is in place, in progress, and what our next steps will be as we work to accomplish 1A and 1B. But I would like to highlight just a few. So Goal 1A strategies 2 and 4 and Goal 1B strategy 1 all require that we provide and support high quality instructional resources aligned with standards-based curriculum that are rigorous, engaging, and culturally relevant for all grade levels. Through the generous investment of the board and our superintendent, we have in place high quality core resources and aligned curriculum documents in reading for all grade levels K-12 and in mathematics for grades K-5. As you know, the adoption and investment in the new mathematics textbook for the 2022-23 school year will round out our resources for secondary mathematics. Our math leaders are working diligently to support teachers in exploring new resources and embedding the materials into our 6-12 mathematics curriculum documents to support planning and alignment in all of our math classrooms. As I mentioned previously, we know that if we support schools, leaders, and teachers in engaging students in quality learning experiences, student achievement will increase. Supporting and developing our classroom teachers is paramount and really serves as the foundation of the remaining strategies in Goals 1A and 1B. Through the generous investment of the board and our superintendent, we have a variety of instructional support staff based in buildings to build teacher capacity, establish systems of support for all of our learners, and collaborate to ensure equitable access to differentiated, high-quality learning experiences in all classrooms across the district. I would like to turn it over to Dr. Laverne Maddox-Perry, Senior Executive Director of Student Service, to take us through Goal 1C.
Thank you, Dr. Catalana. And good evening to our school board members, Dr. Mbenga, and the Durham community. Goal 1C aims to increase our graduation rate to at least 90%. And this goal has 5 strategies, including identifying barriers to graduation for Black males and Hispanic females, developing an early warning system that allows us to identify and intervene with students who are at risk of disconnecting from school, implementing consistent district-wide processes to dismantle those barriers to graduation, ensuring every student has a 4-year plan, and increasing the number of CTE completers. Next slide, please. Even in a year plagued with uncertainty and a new reality, our schools, bolstered by the work of school administrators, school social workers, and school counselors, have been able to support and accelerate potential graduates who have previously gotten off track to achieve our highest graduation rate of 87% in 2020-2021. If we take a closer look at how far we've gotten on the strategies for Goal C, we believe we've identified strategy 1 in year 1 and 2 of our strategic plan, and now we've begun to shore up the structures, policies, and practices that will dismantle the barriers to graduation for our targeted groups in Black males, Hispanic males, and Hispanic females. The other strategies to continue to be in progress. Each of the strategies require our team and our district to respond to the evolving data as well as changing student needs. For example, school counselors are building vertical alignment between middle school and high school transition to ensure every incoming 9th grade student has a 4-year plan. However, we recognize that 4-year planning must be an organic process due to students coming to our district new from private schools and charter schools, transfers into our district, and students just returning to Durham Public Schools for any number of reasons. Next slide, please. A review of the 3-year trend for cohort graduation rate provides interesting insights into successes as well as areas for continuous advancement. We're pleased that the CGR rate continues to increase from 2018 to 2019. While we see that there were some declines in cohort graduation rate for 5 of our reported subgroups in 2019-2020, the first interrupted school year due to the pandemic, we also see 9 of our 10 reported subgroups have recovered from that year's loss and made gains in 2020-2021. Our academic services, Office of Equity Affairs, Student Services, Exceptional Children's, and ESL departments triangulate this data with student achievement data, student climate survey data, and social emotional learning screeners as indicators of where our students are, how they have expressed or demonstrated their unique needs, and as a guide to our future collaboration to support them to graduation. Next slide, please. Our ongoing work to improve our DPS 4-year cohort graduation rate is captured on this slide as actions already in place, those in progress, and those in planning as next steps. We recognize that academic performance, social and emotional development, and school attendance in the early grades are predictors of a student's matriculation towards graduation. Currently in place, we have a district MTSS team that continues district level and school level collaboration under the leadership of a director of integrated academic and behavioral systems, Dr. Letitia Judd Manning. The district team is finalizing their MTSS strategic plan for 2021-2023 to launch an early warning system, fine-tune our standard treatment protocol, or guide to tiered interventions and provide targeted direct support to school teams to safeguard against students falling through the cracks. Also in place, our goal team has partnered with Student Services, Curriculum and Instruction, as well as the Office of School Innovation to add options for students to earn and recover credits, including first-time credits and additional seats for recovery during summer learning, and even an expansion of our evening academy to include enrollment in mid-fall and early spring semesters through earlier processes this school year. We're also thankful for your support and continued investment in our work through our ESSER plan that allows us to have student success coaches. Student success coaches are roles that have laser-like focus on students who need additional mentoring, counseling, and support to remain or get back on track or on cohort for graduation. Our partners at Student U have helped us develop this model and provided training for our student success coaches. We look forward to strengthening that partnership for professional development support of the unique service our student success coaches provide. In addition to the time-limited responsive ESSER positions, we now have high school lead counselors. These school counselors operate as a PLC, meet regularly, and provide leadership at their schools, beginning with developing a comprehensive counseling program consistent with ASCA domains for academic development, social emotional development, and career development. In progress, we decided to share what we learned from our conversations and input provided by our principals. When principals were asked about resources or strategies that helped to boost or maintain highest graduation rates, they noted credit recovery and the 22 credit diploma, immediate outreach and maintaining contact with students who had previously left school, a Latinx or bilingual counselor who was able to engage Latinx or bilingual students and give them great encouragement to attend school and to work out their plan for graduation. Having an aggressive, caring online teacher that was able to keep students focused on completing the necessary work for graduation. Having a very strong team that included the school social worker and the Latinx community liaison person provided by the ESL department. And finally, principals noted having an effective MTSS team and early identification of missing students helped to maintain highest graduation rates. We're continuing to gather input and analyze student engagement data during remote learning and our return to in-person to understand the impact each of those things may have had on this year's cohort graduation rate, and we're preparing to respond appropriately. Graduation teams with student success coaches continue to identify students who are off cohort and solidify relationships and develop goals for those students to get back on cohort. Student services team members and other school staff are making additional outreach efforts and initiating contacts to engage and re-engage our missing or truant students. In our next steps, we'll continue to examine this impact data closely. Allocating resources that prioritize student wellness and interventions allows us to administer the universal academic and social emotional screeners. MTSS school teams continue to use the screening data to effectively examine core instruction, supplemental support, and provide strengthened tiered interventions. Integration of the evidence-based and anecdotal information from school leaders is a large determinant of our next steps. We intend to support what has worked. Gathering practitioners' input, examining our structures, and analyzing data to make tangible progress every year on each of these strategies is the driving force behind the work of Goal 1C. We've met our benchmarks each year and are optimistic that the structures we've described this evening will continue to ensure we are on our way to not only meet this year's lofty benchmark, but also to attain the 90% cohort graduation rate by 2023. At this time, I'd like to introduce Dr. Julie Pack to elaborate on the work of Goal 1D.
Thank you, Dr. Maddox Perry, and good evening, board, Dr. Mabinga. Priority 1D is to ensure that all staff use technology as a tool to accelerate and personalize learning for students. The strategies in this goal are directly aligned to the North Carolina Digital Learning Progress Rubric for Schools, which is a planning tool intended to support North Carolina's educators, schools, districts, and communities in the transition to the digital age teaching and learning. The components of this rubric align with our strategies and include professional development and learning, leadership, content and instruction, technology infrastructure and devices, and data and assessment. Next slide, please. Our goal with Priority 1D is by 2023, 100% of all teachers will use technology as a tool for accelerating and personalized students' learning. In year 1, we established a baseline, and in years 2 and 3, we have stayed on track and met our benchmark goals. As of today, we are on track to meet our goal this school year of 80%. Next slide, please. As a critical part of Goal 1D, Durham Public Schools has invested in Canvas as our learning management system. In order to implement Canvas, we have developed K-12 teaching and learning expectations, provided professional learning, and supported the Canvas coach role at each of our schools. We will be rolling out our spring 2022 Goal 1D survey for teachers and support staff as a next step. Next slide, please. Through Ignite Online Academy, DPS can now expand our offerings in e-learning. Ignite Next has developed a catalog of online courses taught by DPS teachers that are available to students at DPS high schools and middle schools. E-learning courses provide schools flexibility to assist students with challenging schedules, help ensure equity of access to unique courses across our schools, and allow students the opportunity to accelerate their progress towards graduation. Ignite Next is already making an impact across DPS. This fall, Ignite Next was able to provide scholars at Riverside High School the opportunity to access high-quality Spanish instruction virtually while the school searched for a qualified Spanish teacher. This spring, Ignite is partnering with the Department of Advanced Academics to offer the first district-wide AP Statistics course. AP Statistics is one of the most accessible AP math courses and can give many students the opportunity to take an advanced course that might not otherwise be offered at their school. Since the start of summer learning, Ignite has provided 584 e-learning courses to DPS students. These courses had a passing rate of 86%. The pass rates for Ed Options and NC virtual courses were 76% and 52% respectively. Traditionally, DPS has paid for NC Virtual Academy and Ed Options to provide courses that meet the students' needs virtually. With Ignite Next, we keep those dollars inside of DPS and offer more proximity of support to our students. In total, we expect to keep $400,000 inside of DPS this year by utilizing Ignite Next. At this time, I'll turn it back over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you, Dr. Pack. I want to thank our team that is here. I think I may have missed Mr. Futrell, Director of Student Services. I apologize as I was going through. Before we get into our department updates, would like to pause and yield to Chair Umstead to see if we have questions regarding priority 1.
Board members, are there any questions? Ms. Lewis.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hardy, and to our team for this important discussion and transparency of where we are, where our students are academically. I do want to go back to slide 189 if we could, because that's where one of my questions resides. They're not synced. It was the one with the growth, the slide with the growth. It with the yellow line and the green line. Yeah, that one, yes, the busy one. So one of the things that stood out for me, when we worked on the strategic plan, I can say we, because I was a part of the community members back in 2018, working on this plan and really relying on the data. If you look at the projections that we had there to go from 49 to 51 to 54, one thing that stands out to me is that we were projecting 2 or 3% growth year over year. I think that was the expected rate of growth to be seen. So we wanted to make some achievable benchmarks. And then if you look there in the middle, after COVID, when it first hit and we were completely virtual, we don't have data, the BOGs to the middle of the years has been a 5% increase. That's evidence that acceleration is happening for all the things, not whatever, for all the things that our administration, school staff is doing with our children. That is quite impressive, a 5% increase from beginning of year to mid-year and getting these children back into school. So I just want to commend you for that and acknowledge that growth that is happening right now that is being accelerated. I know that we have summer planning happening and you have some plans in place and progressing. I would like to just express, just having to visit several schools this past week and the week prior, and trying to get a pulse on where our students are and how they're doing. What has been consistent across the board is our second graders are the most challenged right now. And there are many challenges, but if you think about it, their kindergarten year was interrupted mid-year. They had all of first grade virtual, and now they're back. So their social, emotional, social skills were back in where they were in kindergarten, coming back into second grade. So that on top of teaching and educating, I think again, can be commended to all the hard work that's happening and all the care for our children. So I'm grateful for the transparency. I'm sad to see that this decrease has happened based on the conditions of our nation. But growth is occurring. I would like to have intentionality around supports around second grade when we hear about what the summer planning looks like. I also want to make sure we are showing a reflection of our students in the curriculum as we have been doing, also in our summer planning. There's curriculum such as freedom schools. There's no, I can't think of it off the top of my head, but we've had freedom schools in our schools before. And there was growth that was seen with that. So if there's any way that that could also be looked at, to what that would look like for coming into our summer programming to continue this growth that's here. And I saw that as part of your next steps. And then my last point, commending again the work of our student support services having an increased graduation rate last year. I do have some concerns that have been coming to me from the community around truancy. And we know when children are truant, they're not in school, they're not learning, they're not growing, and there have been some changes with the way we process truancy since COVID and now. Can someone speak to what is our current process of truancy and how are we capturing those students back to make sure we keep our graduation rates up?
Great question. You're absolutely right. Over the last couple of years, there have been changes in our area as to how we've been able to process truancy. As you know, we still have a compulsory attendance law for statute for students under age 16. And so we continue to reiterate to our parents and to students that that exists. And our school social workers are probably our main line in mitigating the truancy. You're right, there's a lot of truancy and we haven't been able to parse yet how much of that is a result of some of the issues with COVID and how much of that is disconnecting. But we do have a process that works where we continue the 3, 6, and 10-day letters and outreach, including home visits. Those are still happening. We also have counselors supporting the work of social workers, and they are working as a PLC to make sure whichever adult has the relationship with the student is a part of contacting the home or sharing information on the whereabouts. We continue to track, for lack of a better word, or monitor where our students are. And really, we've increased our interventions. And when students are absent 1 or 2 days, we immediately began to try to locate that student. So it is a process. We also have partnered with, and this is just starting this spring, we've increased our partnership with Elna B. Spalding and Conflict Resolution Center. And every school will have an opportunity to refer their chronically absent students. We're talking about their top tier students with, as many as 15 or more absences to the Conflict Resolution Center to do some work around truancy with the family. So that's just beginning this spring. So that's a new step, but we are continuing some stuff that we've done before.
Thank you for that update. And just to know that a parent did reach out to me and shared recently that PLC has been a godsend to her in being able to get her child back engaged in school and get it working towards graduation. So it's good to hear the success stories as well. And then going back, one other thing, going back to the academics, is because our students need to closing that gap and supporting our teachers, can we also get a unified message about what volunteer supports look like in schools? I'm getting mixed messages about whether or not volunteers are able to come in, and volunteers for academic support. Some feel like they can, but then there's some hesitation. So I just want to make sure that we have a unified message about what it looks like to have our volunteers being able to come into the schools.
We have allowed volunteers who are directly working with students and supporting our teachers. They do need to complete the volunteer attestation form and go through the process that Dr. Lassane's office supports in terms of making sure that their appropriate background checks are in place. And then those folks do have access to our schools. We want our community to work directly with our students as long as they're working with our principals to make sure they do have access and follow those processes. There are any community members who want to volunteer and are having any challenges, more than happy for them to reach out to my office or to the Office of School Relations so we can help make sure they navigate the processes so they can complete that.
Ms. Byer, and then Ms. Valladares.
I want to thank you all for this report and celebrate all the work that you've done, and also kind of grieve together that these disproportionalities still very much exist within Durham Public Schools and across the nation. So I am frustrated that probably the pandemic set the disproportionalities and increased them. I'm frustrated on behalf of families that we don't hear from. And, you know, I appreciate the graduation rates being broken out. I'd love to see them broken out more. If you all have breakouts by gender, and if you have breakouts by specific schools, if you have breakouts that show what percentage of our students in each subgroup are actually ready for the community college readiness levels, the UNC system schools, how many AP credits are our graduates in each of those categories, subcategories, finishing school with, because it's one thing to give a kid a diploma. It's another to have them ready for their future. And so I want us to be just as transparent as we can, because that holding a mirror up to that, shining a light on that is what helps us make progress. And the other thing, I saw Dr. Bullock here, and, you know, finding and supporting culturally relevant and anti-bias, you know, and anti-racist curriculum and pedagogy is so, so important. And I know as we have groups looking for that, it also doesn't exist, right? High quality materials are out there in some small way, but certainly with the new attacks on critical race theory and watering down of history, do we need in Durham to actually hire some more folks to supplement that within what we're able to provide to our teachers at the classroom level? I think it's so, so important, and I don't see any of the publishers kind of stepping up to address that. I don't know, Dr. Bullock, if you have thoughts on that or anyone else, but I just wonder about that as an investment in our children and their future.
Thank you for that, Board Member Byer. If you could, I guess I had a question for clarity around providing professional learning for educators in obtaining or developing more culturally responsive materials. Just had a question for clarity.
I think the training is one part, and I think, you know, you do that and your team valiantly. Probably could use 3 times the staff that we have. But I wonder about the curriculum materials as we're adopting these. And so many times we've said this social studies curriculum is the best we could find, right? There's not really stuff that goes as deeply into addressing those as we want, and we're having to supplement. I don't know. I guess I'm thinking about that aspect and whether we should just locally invest in that more as we go forward until better stuff is available.
Yes, I definitely, I think there's room to find more resources to supplement what we have. I also just thinking about some of the visits that I've done in schools this week, just seeing what the expertise in the educators here in Durham, what they're able to build out of their knowledge, what they know, how they're able to incorporate Durham history into what they're teaching. I saw some phenomenal things occurring just today in some schools I visited. So I do think there is room for us, one, sharing the knowledge and expertise that we have right here in Durham with each other and making some of the phenomenal things we see more common practice. And that's something that I welcome the opportunity in working with curriculum instruction, working with student support services, and thinking about, you know, how we work together to share that knowledge across the district, because we see some amazing things going on. That's my initial thought. And I look forward to working with like Ms. Giovanni, Dr. Hardy, and how we move forward on that. Hopefully that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I think it really does. And it's so, so important. I'm so appreciative. I don't know if Ignite Next, was this the first time for others to hear about it? I'm excited about it, but I don't know if our families know about it. So how would folks learn about that if they weren't watching a school board meeting too late at night? Are we messaging that to families?
I'll start and then yield to either Dr. Pack or Mr. Futrell or Dr. Maddox Perry. So anytime as we're working, especially our high school counselors, as they're working with our students in their 4-year plans and making sure that they have access to high quality courses, and depending on the courses that are being able to be offered at their school, that is where we look at the digital and virtual opportunities that we have. Our opportunities were limited pre-COVID, and so a lot of that was virtual public high school. And now with the robust work that we've been able to do with Ignite, the support that we've had of our board from opening our first K-12 virtual school, we've been able to utilize our teachers to provide that support. And we've been very intentional to make sure that they are those courses that help accelerate and give access to our students. To your point in mentioning earlier, you know, students that are graduating with the ability to access college level courses. So when you think about taking an AP statistic course, it gives you the baseline for some other advanced placement courses, but that critical thinking that occurs in that advanced placement course really is going to help them no matter what type of course they take at the community college level, at the 4-year college level, or just in completing an application and going into the workforce right here in Durham. Dr. Pack was nodding. I'm looking to make sure I had, thank you. We're good. All right.
Next, Ms. Valladares, and then Mr. Lee.
Thank you so much for these updates, Dr. Hardy and everyone who presented. This is definitely why we're here. You know, we have a mandate to serve all our students, and we are here to ensure that every child has access to sound and basic education. And that education needs to be education that each child, once they leave us, they can actually go out and thrive, right? We should be setting our kids up for success. And so I'm very grateful for all the work, all the benchmarks. Our 5-year strategic plan, which is gonna end in 2023, was definitely a step in the right direction in terms of putting out all these goals. I'm looking forward to strategic plan 2.0. I think that we can go deeper, we can dive deeper. And so I'm so glad that we have been working continually towards, you know, offering professional development. And I'm looking for 2.0 being professional development that's very strategic along our weakest links. And there's no shame in acknowledging where we are, you know, doing the best and where we're not doing so great. I think that that is something I have been thinking about. The fact that this data paints a picture of, you know, how many students we are matriculating, graduating, and it shows that we're moving in the right direction. But I'd like for strategic plan 2.0 to feature disaggregated data and to really have some of those SMART goals in terms of growth for the students that we see that are not showing the proficiency. I'm looking at some of the you know, the things that have been outlined, and I think that we are right in the right step. I mean, just looking at the next steps, we talk about in progress and next steps. In progress, we said we want to do continual professional development offerings for all stakeholders. We also talk about increasing collaborations for high leverage instructional strategies across, and it mentions all our students that that we know could use more supports, right? We're talking about EC, we talk about English learners, and so forth and so forth. And so on this question of increased collaboration, something else that I'd like to see a little more is, and again, as I'm projecting for 2.0, right? And even now, we need to start setting that up and working on these collaborations. We're gonna need community supports, especially for the cultural relevant piece. Our demographics are changing. It's no longer, years ago, the conversation was about white students, Black students. Then we had started seeing increase in Latinx students. We now have such a robust, beautiful, diverse demographic, and we're seeing a lot of immigrant families of different languages. We have to set up the plan for supporting our families linguistically and culturally. And so I'd like for us to increase collaborations across the board, figure out community partners that can help us to provide and help us and guide us also culturally, so that we know that we are ensuring that our practices are culturally relevant for the different groups. And also along those lines as well, qualitative data is going to be very important. I think some of the most wonderful things that we as board members, we get the privilege and honor is to hear from teachers. I actually heard from a teacher, who is an ESL teacher, telling us that, she's seeing growth in her classroom. And she's telling us that, like the masks are not an impediment, right? She's saying the masks are not an impediment. They have little impact because she's seen her students, she's watching this, she's very careful and intentional in sharing this data, and how her students grew 1.2 grade levels. She said that, she was tracking these students and annual growth. And she's an ESL teacher, and she's talking about the fact that newcomers, new arrivals have been able to show growth. And so these are the kind of patterns that we need to start tracking. And I'd like for us to ensure that we are going more into the disaggregated data, and we are painting the picture of what are the barriers that we actually need to reduce. And you have all outlined this beautifully here, that there are barriers for some students. We want to be able to identify those and paint the picture really clearly. We already know that there are factors like, housing, economic status, disabilities. And so we definitely will need to be working with our counselors, the tracking system. I'm very excited about the tracking system, and just develop some strategies that are going to really work. But my main thing is that we can't do this alone. DPS cannot do this alone. And so as we work towards really serving all our students, we really are going to have to be very intentional about partnering and figuring out what's available and doing that recognizance of who's out there, who cares about the students and can serve them in the ways that we need, and ways that we can also be in collaboration and guidance, so that that we can serve our kids the best and reduce those barriers. I think I'd like a clearer picture of what are the barriers that we are actually handling and dealing with. But this is excellent work. I'm so grateful for so much of this, restorative practices, SEL, ongoing, the math curriculum, the adoption of a secondary math curriculum. And even when you were presenting that to us and it was on the consent agenda, you mentioned collaborating with ESL, collaborating pretty much everybody who's out there. And so I'm very excited about the math curriculum that we have. And I think we just have a lot of work to do, but we're gonna need some help. And I just would like to see more in terms of strategy for specific barriers, or for us to identify it through evaluations, analysis, assessments, figure out what are the barriers we're actually dealing with. Thank you so much.
Mr. Lee.
All right, so you all know that I always appreciate strategic plan updates, and I really like seeing data so we can see, how things are going. I really like this chart, and I won't be long. Something stood out to me, something caught my eye here. And I actually flipped back to the budget presentation. And I started noticing, so one of the things we, as the board and the administration has to do is we have to request, funds for what we need, what we feel we need to increase student achievement. And that's one of the things we always have to go back and forth with the county commissioners, county manager, and so forth. And sometimes that's cut short, sometimes it is funded at levels that are close to what we need. And one of the ways, sometimes it's hard to justify why we ask for what we ask. So I flip back to this chart. We don't have to flip back to it on the presentation. It was like page 8 of the budget. And it showed the local funding request and funding each year since 2012, 2013. Me and Matt joined the board in 2014, so our first budget cycle was 2015, 2016. And the last few years, the last 5 years that are actually showing up here on this, that's on the screen, it almost correlates with performance that we're seeing here, right? There's almost a correlation. It's pretty close to it. In the amount of funding that we got, the amount of approved funding that we had to achievement. One of the things we hear, and our new board members will hear over the years, is, challenges with funding and performance. And one of the biggest challenges we had since I've been on the board is showing that, we're requesting money to make improvements in our processes and reading, math, whatever it is. And, this may be a good dissertation for someone, in educational leadership or whatever it may be, but understanding the correlations, and I understand correlation does not mean causation, but it's pretty stark here if you're looking at when we're funded in the way that we need to be funded, or that we feel the administration, the staff, and everyone feels we need to be funded for these types of programs, we see successes. We're seeing these successes. So when we start to be underfunded, or when we get underfunded from what it is we need, when there's a large when there's large distance between what we request and what we're actually funded, we're going to see a retraction in that performance. And so I wanted to speak on this because as we go into budget season, each year we do this and we have to justify some of the things that we're asking for. And performance is one of the things we hear from county commissioners. Now, don't get me wrong, county commissioners have been very generous. You can see the increase over the years, especially since 2015, 2016, and that is much appreciated. But we have to keep that up. We have to keep pushing. If you're asking for higher graduation rates, if you're asking for higher proficiency rates, or even on here, the meet and exceed reading math targets, if we want to increase that, we need funding to increase that. We need ways to increase that. We can't do it having to cut. So, I appreciate the county commissioners, and I appreciate what the administration has done to continue those requests. But I just want, I want to say that there's a pretty stark correlation between the performance numbers and how we're funded. So, I've even heard before, funding won't change anything. You have to change like processes and things. Yeah, that's true, but funding helps with that. So thank you all very much for this. I love these types of measurements. I really like these outcomes. I look forward to that number even jumping up to 65 next time. I guess it should, I hope, or close to it at some point. Or what's that? 63, I think that would be the trend. So yeah, thank you all very much. I appreciate it. But just remember, for those watching, there's a cost to succeed. And when we ask for those budgets, those numbers, that's what we're trying to do.
Any other discussion from board members? I want to say thank you all for this presentation. when we created the strategic plan and I also participated on that committee, we had no idea a global pandemic was coming. And that we would have to spend, so much interrupted school time. So I appreciate the transparency of putting these numbers out here for members of our community. The academic data is also on our website and it's broken up demographically. So it's disaggregated if you want to see that, and creating plans for growth, because we know we kind of have a lot of work to do to get to where we want to be. I think one of the other things I was thinking about is, like, do we need to adjust maybe some of these goals to account for where we're starting from, right? We're starting from a different place now since we had the pandemic. And so I leave that a question for y'all to ponder and bring back to us if you think that's appropriate. The other thing, I'm going to switch gears a little bit and talk about the culturally relevant pedagogy and anti-bias, anti-racist trainings. As we're thinking about teachers coming in and out of our school district, I wonder how we take some of those trainings and make them just practice, right? You go to your training, but the practices of our school, the way your teachers are evaluated, the way we're looking for artifacts, like all of that is aligned with the pedagogy of being anti-racist, being culturally responsive. I believe that would help us in keeping some sustaining of those practices. So it doesn't have to be, I have to wait to go to my training at this point. And then I do, many of our educators will say trainings are good, but what I do every day builds my practice. And so we want to make sure that some of those strategies and skills that are taught in the training are built into the everyday practice of what they're doing. I think those are my comments. Dr. Mbinga, Dr. Hardy, anything else on this portion? I know we got another portion. All right. Dr. Hardy, I'll pass it back over to you for part 2.
If we will go forward, we really appreciate the discussion. If we'll go forward several slides right there, that'd be great. And if I can have Dr. Bell come to the podium, really appreciate the discussion, reflection, and questions. We did think that it was appropriate, as we're thinking about priority 1, that we provide an opportunity for us to really have a deeper dive into 2 of our departments. So as we work to continue the increase of academic achievement for our students, we wanted to provide some specific updates regarding our exceptional children's and English learner departments. While we have worked to develop specific strategic goal addendum strategies that provide specific goals and benchmarks, the next few slides really give us an opportunity to look at the work that is done in correlation with our strategic plan, priority 1 goals and strategies. Next slide, please. For each department update, we will provide you with an overview of the programs and services. This includes a snapshot of the students that are served, a brief overview and a report of the staffing and the supports, and then a focus specifically on the intentionality of the strategies to improve student outcomes in that particular area. It's my pleasure to turn it over now to Dr. Kristen Bell, Executive Director for our Exceptional Children's Department. Dr. Bell.
Thank you, Dr. Hardy. Good evening, Dr. Mbinga, school board members. I'm always excited to be in front of you talking about exceptional children. I want to start with just a big picture overview of EC services in Durham Public Schools. As you know, our students with disabilities are served along a continuum. All of their services are based on each child's needs as outlined in their IEPs. So one of the requirements of the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the IDEA, which is the federal law which guides the bulk of our work, is that we serve students in the least restrictive environment. That means that students must be educated with their non-disabled peers to the maximum extent appropriate with the right supports in place. So that's the premise of all of our services, where we begin to talk about what students needs. Most of our students are supported in the general education program with their non-disabled peers, and they may receive push-in services with the EC teacher going into the classroom, inclusion, or pull-out services, otherwise known as resource. And some students have a combination of both throughout the day. We also have some students who have more intensive and complex needs, and they may require supports from special programs all throughout their day. We're also along the continuum, there are special schools. Now, Durham Public Schools does not have any special schools. That would be like a separate school that just serves students with disabilities. And I think that's a great thing. And I think that's a testament to our value of inclusion, honoring our diversity and our commitment to equity. Finally, we have students who may receive hospital or homebound services for varying periods of time. Some students might need it for a couple months. Some students might need it for a year or many years, depending on their needs. And that would be the most restrictive placement. Next slide. All right, this slide gives an overview just of some data. According to our most recent December 1 child count report, DPS had 4,292 students with IEPs. This includes students ages 3 through 22 or pre-K through high school. And it constitutes about 13.1% of our total student population. In comparing our previous child count in December of 2020 to our current count, we had about 164 fewer students between the two reporting periods. This decrease is directly related to the impacts of the pandemic. Of the 14 areas of disability eligibility, our highest incidence categories are learning disabilities, autism, other health impairments, and speech impairments. So it's important to note that it's not the disability category that determines what students need and what they receive through their IEP. The IEP, the Individualized Education Program, is what outlines, it's the legal document which outlines each student's needs, and that's the point, it's individualized. So some students may need speech therapy a couple times a week to address articulation errors per se. Some students may need direct reading and math instruction to address learning disabilities that impact those areas. And some students may require full days of services from an EC teacher, their instructional assistants, and various related service providers, such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, speech therapy. Some students require one-on-one nursing. Next slide. There are various types of specialty positions allocated to the schools to support students with disabilities. All of our allocations are made based on the numbers and needs of students at each school. Needs change from year to year, and they often change within the year. And we adjust our allocations as those changes occur. Our largest number of allocated positions come in the form of EC teachers. That could be resource co-teachers, special program teachers, teachers of the blind and visually impaired, teachers of the deaf, hard of hearing, occupational course of study teachers, and preschool. This slide here, you can see that in addition to teachers, those specialty areas, related service providers like occupational therapy, speech language, PT, school psychologists are also in our department. We also have some EC nurses and spoken language facilitators and sign language interpreters. There are a lot of different specialty positions to help implement those IEPs. Next slide. All right, the departmental structure of our EC Central Office team is designed to provide maximum support to our students, parents, school and district staff, and community stakeholders. Information here on this slide represents the current positions associated with our leadership teams. All of our central office positions provide direct support to students, staff, and families to varying degrees. Next slide. We have many strategies that are in place to improve outcomes for our students with disabilities. And we're constantly analyzing our efforts, reviewing data, seeking feedback from stakeholders to improve our supports, resources, and practices. One of the greatest areas of need is with recruitment and retention of qualified staff. We know that the greatest factor to impact student outcomes is the teacher and those other service providers who work directly with the student. We continue to provide robust professional learning and to determine where opportunities exist to expand our offerings. In our work around educating teams about obligations to serve students in the least restrictive environment, it's perpetual, and that will always be part of our work. And finally, we do continue to work to ensure our teachers and staff have access to and that they use research and evidence-based practices and programs in their work with students. Finally, our efforts to work closely with principals to individualize supports for each school continues on a regular basis. Next slide. Some additional strategies to address outcomes for our students with disabilities include developing a multi-year instructional framework, enhancing our professional learning for instructional assistants, and continued close work with our HR colleagues to hire those quality teachers. Next slide. All right, finally, some next steps. As I've shared, while we continue our work to strengthen our existing recruitment and retention strategies, we're discussing and identifying new creative ways to address these needs all the time. We're also planning for how we can elevate and tighten supports for our beginning EC teachers who may need more intensive support depending on their backgrounds and their experiences. And our work with enhancing research and evidence-based practices and programs will always be ongoing as we ensure that the tools and resources that our staff have are meeting the needs of every single child. And finally, we've been seeking and receiving feedback on how to better support our parents. And we're going to be using varying media forces to reach out, to seek input, and collaborate with parents as critical partners in this work. And at this point, that's my last slide. I will turn it over to Sashi Reyesam, Director of English Language Services.
Bill? Good evening, Dr. Mubenga. Sorry. Good evening, Dr. Mubenga, members of the board, Dr. Hardy. I bring to you some of the work of our department, the English Learner Services Department, as it's known now. For short, I will term it as EL as we're going through the presentation. So the overarching goal of our department is to ensure empowerment and active participation in students' education, leading to their social, emotional, and their academic growth. Our strategic strategies align with strategic plan priority goals 1A, 1B, and 1C, and our plan for our students' academic success is to improve those academic outcomes, where we have our, which reflect an asset-based lens that we look at our students, because they come to us speaking one or more languages, and they're in the process of learning English. And it's our duty to be able to support them and help them grow and in their endeavors and their dreams when they come to this country. Durham Public Schools, again, in compliance with Title III, provides language assistance services on a continuum to elementary, middle, and high school students. This slide summarizes our instructional programming, and the continuum of language services are dependent on multiple criteria, the three main ones being the number of years in US schools, their prior education background, and English language proficiency placements. Students at all levels of language proficiency are served based on their language needs and may participate in a combination of these services on these approved models that you can see up here. We have over 20% of our English learners that are in their first 2 years of US schools. So many of these students come from grade level education to limited or no schooling. And those are the students that need more intense language services because they have to simultaneously meet grade level standards while they're learning English. Next slide, please. This is the other part of all the components of our department that meet the services and the needs and supports for our students. So students are welcomed at our registration center, where they begin their educational journey in DPS through enrollment and assessment. And then they're placed in instructional services at their schools in their language services. Our graduation coaches support high school students to motivate and guide our English learners to own their learning and re-engage students who are at risk of dropping out. Some of the social emotional supports are designed to help students adjust to their new environment and feel a sense of belonging at their schools and in their community. Students spend a fraction of their day with the ESL teachers, and English learners are English learners all day long. So it is imperative for our teachers to be equipped with the tools and the support to be able to support academic language in our English learners. Collaboration between multiple departments is key to their success, and professional learning for staff is designed to support instruction. Next slide, please. So this slide is an overview of the profile of our department. The first column that you see on the chart shows our staffing to support English learners from enrollment to instruction to graduation, dedicated to strengthen language development for this subgroup. Thanks to the generosity of the board and our district leadership, we were able to increase our team by 10 ESL teachers to support some of our higher EL population schools. In the next column of the chart, you'll see our enrollment numbers and our EL numbers. I pulled them from 2019 and 2021 because 2020 wasn't a normal year. We actually lost about 300 students during that time. New arrivals from Central America and Afghanistan contribute to the increased numbers this year. As you can see, there's a significant difference in our enrollments from 2019 to now. Next slide, please. These are some of the strategies to improve our outcomes. So this slide provides some of the strategies we discussed in our previous slides in terms of the instructional programming and the other parts and pieces. I'd also like to highlight some of the components that we have in place and that we continue to grow. And one of them is to continue to build capacity in all our teachers and other DPS staff through various professional development opportunities. As we're in the process of expanding our current professional learning opportunities, we continue to add social and emotional supports to meet the needs of our new immigrants as well as our English learners that are provided by our community partners such as the Art Therapy Institute, World Relief, and USCRI as well. Our Newcomer Academy at PLC continues to meet the unique needs of our high school newcomers who come to us with interrupted schooling. And this is now in its 5th year. We started, I think, 2017 of November. So we're in our 5th year of implementation, and it's been a very successful program. Next slide, please. So as part of our next steps, our ultimate goal is for a district-wide implementation of SIOP, otherwise known as Sheltered Instruction Observation Protocol, which is a nationally renowned evidence-based instructional model targeted toward meeting the needs of English learners. These strategies will also be incorporated in our other district initiatives so we can spread the joy, in other words. As a pathway to do so, we're planning on a tiered professional learning approach to provide opportunities to our teachers to meet their needs from where they are and help them grow. And we also would like to meet their needs in blended learning settings to reach them in any which way. Finally, English learners make up more than 17% of Durham Public Schools student body and continues to be a growing population. This speaks to the need for supporting our schools to make learning a positive experience and provide equitable opportunities for our English learners within which they would thrive. Thank you very much for your attention. And at this time, I turn it over to Dr. Hardy.
Thank you so much. We are open for questions and discussion.
Thank you all for the presentation. Ms. Valladares.
Thank you so much for this deeper dive into into the data. There's always levels, you know, we can be at this level and we can always go even into other levels, but I'm really encouraged by all the things we have set up. I know that it is a lot of work, you know, in all the different areas and spheres, whether it's SEL, whether it's, you know, the curriculum, which we're covering the curriculum, whether it's providing provisions, access testing, ensuring that, you know, everybody, every student's legal rights to the testing that they need, the assessments, newcomers. There's a lot, right? There's so many moving pieces. I have a question in terms of like, again, going into look at these numbers, 17% of our students are designated as ELL students. And we have other figures that we know, like 33% of our students are Spanish speaking, but then we also have an immigrant population that is growing and changing. The demographics are changing. I'm interested in knowing at what point does the 17% become part of the 33, part of the bigger, at what time do ESL students matriculate or go into more inclusive, you know, more of the inclusive spheres? What is our average year for a newcomer? And I know that this is, it's case by case basis, but overall, what are our trends in terms of like how many years students are in ESL and then till the time that they can become, they're no longer in ESL?
Okay. So research says it takes 7 to 10 years for a student to master academic language if they've had interrupted schooling. It takes about 5 to 7 years to master academic language if they've had grade level education in their own countries and have equally high quality instruction in the US. Our state, the ESSA plan that was mapped out provides a 6-year window from the time a newcomer starts. They take the first access test, and then there's a 6-year path. It could be less. It just depends upon what their first baseline score is. And then there's a set goal that they've got to meet at each point in time.
This is very insightful, especially as we just heard, and again, going to my colleague, Mike Levin, who was talking about the funding and the state caps coming capping our supports of students at 10.6% for English language learners. I mean, this is very crippling, you know, for school districts that are serving students, especially to be capped at 10.6%. However, I am very encouraged by the work that I'm seeing, and I do know that we have measures, you know, the access testing provides something, you know, we have beginning of grade tests and middle of grade tests. And then we also have like the iReady readings. I would like for us to keep track of those iReady readings as teachers, you know, as we're getting that data. I know it's a whole lot of data and a whole lot of different measures that we're using, but I do see some encouragement, and I just want to applaud ESL teachers. You don't get paid extra money for helping students move on up grade levels. If a student moves up 2 grade levels, we're not giving any extra money, and that just seems very unfair, you know, in terms of like, you know, the labor that goes into the growth and across the board in DPS. I think all teachers who are working hard to help our students grow, we should be able to compensate them. This is not the condition that we're in. The conditions are not enabling us to do as much as we wish that we could do. But I just want to just shout out the teachers that are doing this, and also just to strategize with community members. Again, another call to the community. We can't do this alone. And I am so grateful for those partnerships. Mr. Ayasam, when you're mentioning that you're partnering with different organizations and you listed them, and that is great that we have those organizations. We're going to need more, you know, we're going to need definitely more, even as we're seeing, again, demographics changing. And so I'd just really love to encourage us to continue to resource out, because the state is not helping us as much as we need to. So we're gonna have to like, just really map out as many supports as we can. But I'm encouraged by this. I'm also would love to continue having dialogue around the years, what the research says about the 7 to 10 years, the 5 to 7 years based on this, or the 6 years that is, you know, what we're operating under. Thank you so much.
Other comments or questions from board members? Ms. Byer.
I want to thank you all and also apologize for this being the last item on the agenda. I feel like you all need to be on our agenda at least twice a year, maybe more often, because what you do is so, so important to the core of our work, and you are reaching marginalized students. I hope that you feel heard and represented and at the table in leadership meetings and in conversations, because your expertise is so unique that you need to be in the room where it happens, whatever that Hamilton song is. And if I'm not wrong, there was some award that we missed the chance to celebrate. Hopefully we'll celebrate in the future that Dr. Bell received. Is that possible? It would be the last thing that I think Dr. Bell would want to say, but I think her team would want her to at least brag on herself for a minute, maybe.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for that, Ms. Byer. Appreciate the acknowledgement. Yes, the Council for Administrators of Special Education Distinguished Service Award, which I was very honored to receive. Partially, I think it's just because I'm old and I've been doing this for a long time. But yeah, I just, I'm so blessed every single day to work in Durham Public Schools with the people I work with. Like this, nothing about what Kristen Bell does. It's the amazing folks on that EC team and the folks at the school, teachers, IAs, related service providers. It's just fantastic people out there that make it worthwhile coming to work every single day, because we know what we're doing for kids. So, I mean, thank you for that. It's the team though. It's not me, but thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to say something.
I think you should have a spark can for that.
Definitely a celebration for our March meeting.
Right.
Mr. Sears.
Yeah, briefly, I mean, my reflections on all of this work is, you know, this is the goal that is the promise of public education. This is all means all. Both the final 2 presentations, but including the work before. So, I mean, this is what makes us special. This is why I think all of us are in this space, and I'm incredibly grateful for the work, the push for progress, I'm not a big fan of resetting the goals for the pandemic, but we can have that discussion some more. And I'm glad to see that you all are both acknowledging that and also pushing for staying on track. So thank you.
All right, thank you both. Let me make a few comments here. Thank you, staff. We have top-notch staff in the state, so I'm grateful that you all here doing this great work. I think tonight you guys were able to pretty much go deeper to show the work that you do. That's a lot of folks sometimes think that we only have bureaucrats in our central office. It takes really good leadership from you all to move our schools forward. And I would agree with Ms. Byer and Ms. Valladares as well. We need to be having this conversation quite often because this is the core mission of why we're here. And I will also agree with our educators that education cannot wait, right? Our children cannot wait. So we have a lot of work to do due to the pandemic and all that kind of stuff. But I would like to celebrate some of the work that we've done here with our strategic plan, starting with our 87% graduation rates. I think when we say 90, some folks did not believe it. But I'll say this, our high school principals are working really hard for us to be able to get to that 90%. I'm also confident when you look at the work Ms. Pack is doing, Dr. Pack, sorry, we have a lot of students graduating with associate degree, and some of them also graduating with some credentials. President Baxton and I will be presenting to our colleague superintendent at community college next week about this work. So we are really poised to be able to scale this up to our comprehensive high school students where President Baxton will be able to send instructors to our campuses to remove those barriers of transportation to take those students to Durham Tech. So all our students will have opportunity at least to have few college credit under their belts. This is really good. We all know, some of us, all of us that went to college, a lot of students don't make it the first year of their colleges because they're in the auditorium with 400 and 500 students. But just being able to take those freshman classes at community college, it will serve them really well not to be able to drop out on the first year when they go to colleges. I'm really excited about the work, the foundation that we've been able to lay down with our strategic plan. I think next month we have RTI. They will come, we're gonna consult with them for our next strategic plan. We really wanna sit back, let independent organization come and all the inputs that I'm hearing from our board, and they're gonna design how we're gonna engage the entire community with your inputs. And I'm really excited to see that work coming forward. And I'm really excited to see how our community is shifting. And that's going to be also the emphasis of the work that we have ahead of us. But I'm really positive with what Mr. Sear says. I don't want us to change those goals. I know it's gonna take probably a couple years or 3 years for us really to get where we need it to be. But I'm confident with our leadership that we have, the staff that we have, we may not hit those targets, but I think we're going to be close to show that we've worked really hard to meet those goals. Thank you both for your support. I remember 4 years ago, we did not have instructional materials. Now our teachers have those instructional materials. It's gonna correlate with those student outcome. It's gonna make a difference. Thank you, staff. Thank you both for working with us. We have a lot of work to do, but I'm really confident that we're on the right path. Thank you.
Ms. Valladares?
I just also want to shout out, I see Ms. Malone and the IT department. I think when we talk about goal 1D, that's one that it says, we have one-to-one devices. We're on track for many things. I think that goal 1D definitely needs to be highlighted way more. And I think that there's more work to be done about digital equity because there are some families that are still struggling with supporting, children. There's some students who are still struggling with the direction that everyone is moving in digitally. But I just wanted to really shout out Wendy and the work that our IT department, technology, we are now a one-to-one district and we weren't, before the pandemic. We now have a learning management system that is standardized, implemented throughout. And we are building and adding, and I'm so grateful Dr. Hardy has worked, and everybody on her team in academic services has really ensured that we have quality access, like Dr. Maddox Perry, also adding SEL with her team. So we have access through digital means. We just have to ensure that those folks who, those families who need those supports, that we need more staff we need more educators in all the areas, but the work here is so comprehensive. I mean, we would go endless. And those are just my comments about celebrating Wendy. Thank you so much for everything you do.
Mr. Raven.
I can't give you all any other accolades that hasn't already been said, so I'll just say thank you to you all. I did just have one request, is that on the slide that has the EC child count, for any of our family members that may look at this online, they may not know what the abbreviations all stand for. So when we post this online, if we could just have the full verbiage on there as well, so they have an accurate idea of the vastness and the scope of all the students that we're supporting. So thank you all again.
I too do not have any additional accolades that haven't already been said. I think I'm thankful and grateful for the work you all doing. The strategic plan really set a guidelines for us, and I stand corrected, and we will not change the goals. Thank you, Dr. Mavinga. But I think it set the goals for us, and it created a plan, guidelines for us to follow. And then with great staff who've been able to implement, take strategies. I think what I'm constantly seeing is a learning, reflection, revising process, continuous improvement. And that's what we need to make sure that we can have a best learning environment for our students. I always say some kids are spending from 3 years old to 18, 22-year-old time with us. It's our duty to make sure they leave here ready for college or career, whatever is next in their lives. And I think the work that we're doing tonight highlights how we are preparing our students for that. So thank you all. I'm sorry that you are still here, but I appreciate the presentation and all the hard work. Anything else, board members? All right, that's it. Thank you.
I would move we go into closed session. Madam Chair, I would move we go into closed session for the reasons stated on the agenda, if you're ready for that.
I need to add one more reason on our agenda for closed session. So board would move that we add considering a confidential student matter protected under General Statute 143, 318.11A6 and General Statute 115C 402.
I would move that with that amendment. That we go into closed session for the
I'll second.
reasons stated. Yep.
It's been moved by Ms. Byer, seconded by Mr. Lee. Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. Passes unanimously. We are now in closed session. We are now back in open session. Dr. Mbenga.
Madam Chair, I'm here to seek your approval for the personnel report as discussed at the closed session.
I move approval of the personnel report dated yesterday, February 24th, 2022.
Second.
It's been moved by Mr. Lee, seconded by Ms. Byer. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please use the same sign. It passes unanimously, and with that, we are adjourned.